Drinking a drum. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity.
If we are one grain of sand in the middle of the ocean, can you try to understand how a touch can cause explosions? Rise up, we're too great to be landed. Rise up, we're too great to be standing.
They ain't never gonna stop us, fly at 'em like choppers, better cook those risks, cold blood on my fists, we fire starters, one out of a million will reach those heights, always been a feeling that I won't deny, not work, never could toss, look in my eyes, I'm on the rocks, rise. Rise, part of my size, trying to make sense of it all comprised. Yeah, highs, been in these skies. Never stuck down, feeling paralyzed, but I'm up now. We all too late to fall. Yeah, anyone coming, I'ma lift them all. Never look down when there's risk involved. I got guts, got a lot, I gotta risk it all. Ain't got no feelings, we just floating. Yeah, I'm that grain of sand that made it out the ocean. A couple milli now, I'm causing a commotion. I've been coasting, hear my name around the world like an explosion.
So rise up, rise up. We are the apocalypse, and a pill that keeps us floating. As we fly above the stars, the hype won't scare us falling. So rise up, we're too great to be landed. Rise up, we're too great to be standing.
They ain't never gonna stop us, fly at 'em like choppers, better cook those risks, cold blood on my fists, we fire starters, let's go, one out of a million will reach those heights, always been a feeling that I won't deny, not work, never could toss, look in my eyes, I'm on the rocks, rise.
Try your luck and take a chance. Before the risks in this moment, take my hand and break my heart. I'll never walk this road again. Stumbling steps grow to a dance where things change forever. There's no regrets, only the past. Will I change? Never. So swing me around, take me down. You won't break me, I'm too strong. Keep saying it wrong, I'll play along, but I will never be a victim. So swing me around, take me
All right, welcome everybody. We are at St. Elizabeth University here for League of Legends Finals. So, how are you feeling?
I'm super excited. It's been great so far. All the Rocket League games were super hype. I saw some amazing last minute goals, and I'm excited for what the games are going to be like for the League of Legends teams.
Yeah, I mean, we've kind of seen how they play together. We've seen like all these different games, how they played against different people, how they played like as a team. Just both of these teams, we've seen both of them. So I'm really excited to see how they're going to play against each other because I don't believe that we've seen them play against each other yet. Maybe they played against each other before, we didn't cast, but this is going to be our first time seeing them. So I'm super excited. We know each of the teams a little bit. We know their play, who they play, a little bit of their ranking, you know, just in general how they play together. So that's really exciting.
Yeah. I know both of these teams are really good. I mean, right now I think it's first seed versus third seed, right? So the tournament's kind of been going how it's expected, right? I think I remember actually being absolutely destroyed when I was playing by Cherry Hill, I believe. So I know
And
that.
Renegade.
Yeah, both of them.
Both of them.
We lost a lot, to be fair. But I do remember both of these teams are very good, and it'll be very exciting right now.
Yeah, I mean, I was there for the Barnegat game. It was me and you bot lane, and we got completely smashed. They kind of they target banned my last two champs, so I didn't know who to play. So we ended up losing really bad. Plus, we just didn't know how to play together.
Not at all.
But yeah, so right now both teams are getting ready. So we'll be right back right when we're getting into picks and bans. So we'll see you in just a moment.
Welcome to the big show. Next on the ladder, is it your name in the rafters? Breathe, breathe, breathe. Moment of silence. Bad guy woke up and chose violence. And they're singing my praises, la la la. Screaming my name out loud, loud, loud. This is why we're immortal.
All right, so both teams getting settled, getting into the lobby. Wow.
That was an entrance for
That
sure.
was a big interest. I'm really surprised that there was 2 New Jeans songs. Okay, New Jeans is taking over the world. that's just it.
Settled.
Period.
There's no question.
Settled. Like,
World dominance is on the stage,
I know.
and it's over now.
it is over.
Yeah. But I'm still so surprised. I mean, the crowd absolutely went wild for those entrances. It was so great to hear. Everyone was clapping. It was such a great atmosphere. I'm so happy to be here. I'm really excited right now.
Yeah,
It's gonna be so fun.
It's great because there's people supporting both teams. So
Yeah.
it's like, if let's say like if Barnegat made a really good play, then the fan is going to cheer. Like the fans are going to cheer. It's just going to be like a whole thing. It's the same for Cherry Hill. So it's great to have such a good community, which GSC is amazing. So
Yeah. I can't get over it. It's gonna be great. Watching League in general is great, and getting to be here and kind of help other people enjoy it is really like a great experience.
it is a great experience. So it's great that people take the time to come here, even if they're not playing, between like friends or parents, or just if you just want to check it out. So it's just great. It's like a really good community thing. It helps build up GSC. So we really appreciate everyone that's here, whether you're playing or not, overall. So.
Yeah. And parents, just so you know, like you supporting your children with with esports in general is absolutely amazing. Years back, it wouldn't be the same, but like there's been a lot of support recently. You guys are doing amazing.
Yeah, it's great to see how like now people are becoming more woke, and so like parents actually understand that their kids are really passionate about this, and you can even get scholarships for esports. So
Yeah.
it's like letting your kid do something like this, especially if they're like really good, like it brings a lot of opportunity for them. So it's really great that parents are like understanding that, and they're letting like their kids, like do what they want. Like it's just great. It's the world is changing, and that's you know what I'm trying to say.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely amazing. I'm interested to see what it'll be like a couple years down the line.
I know.
Like, will it be a mainstream thing?
I
Who
think it
knows?
is. I think it's already becoming very mainstream. Like,
Yeah.
When people if I mention to someone like talking about esports, they know what esports is, and even if they're not like too big into it, like they still like understand like at least a little bit. Like most people understand why people are into it. They just either aren't into it themselves, or it's just like it's just whatever, But like overall, like it's just becoming an overall thing now. People understand that esports is a big thing. Like during LCS at the Prudential Center, I don't know, like a few months back. GSC took a little trip there with some of the GSC kids and staff and everything. It was really fun. Me and Max went together along with some other people, and it's just like outside of Prudential, there was people like, oh, like what is this? And you're like, oh, it's League of Legends. It's like LCS finals going on right now, and they understood that it's esports. Like it's just overall, esports has made such like a huge like impact, and people are starting to understand like what it is, and they're being very supportive of it. It's just an over time thing.
Yeah. I mean, even here, I mean, I've seen like a cosplay here already, right? It wasn't for League of Legends, but I saw a King DDD cosplay for amazing. It was great. I've seen a bunch of other things too. I've seen like a game controller kind of post. Stuff like that is just really fun to see. It's great to see people like express their passion finally and be all here together with other people who are extremely passionate about what they are.
Overall, I think GSC just has brought so much opportunity for like all of these kids overall. Like last year for Valorant, Victoria, which is now Valkyrie, It was the first female tournament that GSE has ever done, and my team for MCTS was actually the winners. So it's stuff like that, bringing specific spotlight onto like giving people more opportunities. It's just it makes them feel special. It makes them feel happy, you know. It like brings a whole spotlight. But right now we're getting into the game, so let's talk about that. Picks and bans. All right.
Yeah, champion draft. One of the less like visually interesting parts of the game, but a very important part strategically. A lot of games can be won or lost
Oh,
through
yeah.
the draft. I've definitely been a part of that myself, where we just completely lost in draft.
I know. I remember once you let that Yumi pick go through.
Yep,
And then
and
it
it was
just
over.
came over.
It was over. Some of the bans we're seeing right now are kind of the Rumble ban for. I'm expecting this 100%. Rumble right now is extremely strong, super oppressive, and I know not a lot of people know how to play against. He's super strong right now.
I don't know how to play against him either, so I would.
Yeah. The Fury is a somewhat new champion. I believe just 2 champions ago it was released. So pretty strong. They might be banning out more assassins just because those carry assassins are really annoying to deal with when they get strong.
Yeah. Oh, and just to take note, right now on blue side we have Barnegat, and on red side we have Cherry Hill.
Yeah. There's something interesting I'm seeing is that Yumi ban. So many people are anticipating a heavy fed character on the
Right.
side of Cherry Hill because Yumi being on that carry would make them a lot stronger, right? The character Yumi was just built to make the strong stronger, the tall taller. So banning that out is going to make it's less one person focused on Cherry Hill's side.
And we got a Cannon pick and a Moo from Cherry Hill side, and we have an Echo right now, and a Pantheon hover for Barnegat.
Yeah.
But Pantheon's a pretty strong top laner.
Yeah, Pantheon recently has become extremely popular.
Very
in
popular.
Mid lane, top lane, a little bit jungle and support, but not as much. Mostly top lane, just because of the oppressive early game, can do a lot of damage really quickly. And that ultimate is going to allow him to soar into the skies onto another lane to apply a lot of pressure globally.
And his shield is so annoying.
Yeah, blocks all damage in a direction. Not much you can do. You kind of have to bait it out.
You know, I'm kind of surprised by the Nyla pick. I don't know. I just didn't see a Nyla.
Yeah, now it's not a super common
She's not common.
choice here. The Jhin being picked in contrast there, both ADCs most likely.
Yeah.
We'll see. It'll be interesting because
Oh, Seraphine.
I'm liking this Amumu pick, honestly.
I do like that Amumu pick. Amumu's like he's a really strong team player. He's like my go-to jungle because I don't play jungle. So if I'm like doing like all fill with friends and I get jungle, I go Amumu because Amumu's just relatively kind of more of a basic champ, but he's strong. Like he has a lot of stun, what is it, CC? CC is the word I'm looking for. So he has a lot of CC. And just overall, he can deal a lot of damage too. So he's like a really solid like jungler, especially if you're looking for more of a tanky.
Yeah. I mean, Amumu is just a great, really simple kit. You know exactly what your job is.
Right.
Your job is to set up your other teammates to get those kills and get stronger. I mean, you throw up the alley-oop for your ADC to dunk it in, really. It's just great to see those types of picks played. I like the support play style a lot for jungle. You know, Amumu, Sejuani, picks like that. But it seems like the mid laner has been picked as well for Cherry Hill. Annie, great pick.
Oh,
Big burst.
I was expecting that Twisted Fate.
Yeah, I mean, we know Barnegat loves the Twisted Fate
Yeah.
mid. Very strong. I remember playing against it. It was
Yeah.
extremely oppressive.
Yeah, Gusco has a history of a really strong Twisted Fate. So I'm not surprised that he carried this one.
Yeah. I'm honestly surprised it wasn't first picked.
Because I think I remember him having a pretty decent champ pool to where sometimes you don't want to pick the strongest players first
Yeah.
because then the enemy team can try to counter that. I don't know if he's strong, but you know, it's still like, you know, you still gotta consider everything because Barnegat in general has a really strong team. You know, they're the first seed. They're really intimidating. So just overall, like you gotta take everything into perspective. You can't really underestimate anything about them. So you know, because they might like turn it around, take advantage of you in like the last second or something. So just in general.
Yeah. I'm interested to see that this Pantheon's going bot. into the support role, it's going to be a very aggressive, high damage support here. Only really one means of CC, crowd control, to stop the enemies, which the support is usually known for having, three, maybe four abilities that do that. Um, but I think the bot lane might be going for some kills early here.
Yeah. So right now, with that Pantheon support, I think Jin and Pantheon are going to be doing really well bot lane for themselves. Just overall, Jin and Pantheon are both very intimidating champs. Like,
Yeah, one thing I think we need to consider is that Nyla Soraka can just sit back and farm.
that's true.
Nyla's passive will give her bonus XP. So they're fine with just getting minions and making sure that they just scale up to where they're strong and can team fight.
Right.
Because I believe Nyla is a lot better in a team fight with that ultimate. It's almost like a banana ultimate. You just bring everyone around you, make them easy targets for your Amumu and your Kennen and your Annie to just kind of burst it down. And I think that's the game plan there.
Nice. And with Nyla, I don't know her very well. I never really took interest in her. I do know that she probably has one of the least ranges within the ADCs. Is she like
Yeah, now it's
completely
melee.
melee?
Yep, now it's
She's okay. I wasn't sure if she was like a little like. Is that her hair? I don't know. It looks like her
She has
hair.
whip.
It's a whip.
Yep.
I thought it was her hair.
Nope.
Oh, my bad. But like with a whip for an 80 carry, that was kind of okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of balanced out with the passive where you're going to maybe be up more levels on them because it's a lot more dangerous as an ADC who the role is dominated by marksmen who have long range and can hit you from outside of the range that you can hit them. But the passive kind of does help a little bit. It's kind of the only redeeming factor there. The Soraka is also a good pick with that because if you're Nyla, you go up to get a CS, hit a minion, get that gold. The Jin's gonna just auto attack you for free. Nothing you can do about it. So the Soraka being able to heal that up might help him survive that poke a little bit more. So I think that's a good pick there.
But Soraka has to be doing her poking right at the same time,
Yeah.
Because if she doesn't hit her Qs, then she doesn't get that health regen, and it's going to make it harder to heal Nyla. So as long as she can hit her abilities, which it shouldn't be too big of a problem, Soraka is actually like a pretty well-rounded champ in my opinion. So I think Nyla and Soraka will work out pretty well together. I just think maybe they're going to get pushed up on. That's kind of my prediction. Just based on Jin, he has a lot of like range between his like W and then his traps and then his Q with bumping from minions to champions. So we'll see how that goes. Because if Nyla's like in the wave space, then the Jin's Q is going to be popping onto Nyla constantly, which it's going to be up to the Soraka to heal and reimburse that missing health. So it's like a whole it's like a cycle of effects.
And I also want to talk about this top lane matchup. I mean, we have a big split pusher and a big team fighter going head to head here. So it's two kind of different game plans there. Kennen is going to be looking to use the range advantage that he has. Kennen is ranged and Sion is melee to try and poke down that Sion and then go join those team fights, use the ultimate, stun the entire enemy team. And the Scion, during those team fights, might be seen top lane, bot lane, split pushing, getting those towers, because at the end of the day, the only thing that really matters is the Nexus exploding, and the towers are the only thing in the way.
Right. And I must say, sorry, this is a little off topic for what you were saying, but I'm offended that Kennen is playing Kennen instead of Lulu. You can't have the name Housewife Lulu and not play Lulu. I'm sorry.
That'd be a little predictable, no?
I guess, but
Yeah.
whatever. I play a lot of Lulu, so.
Okay. And for those of you who don't know, parents maybe, in League of Legends, those two big crystals at either corner of the map, that is the goal. That is how you win. You only win once those are destroyed. Now, you can't just walk up and destroy those crystals immediately. You need to first build yourself up, get stronger, destroy those towers in the way, and then you can slowly make your way towards that headquarters almost of the enemy base.
Yeah. Oh, Mastery 7 flex.
Ooh, we're seeing a very passive level 1 here. No invades happening.
Yeah.
Maybe don't want to risk it. No, it's finals.
I understand that. You want to just play as safe as you can.
Yeah.
Again, with what you were saying before, Ken is definitely going to use his range to his advantage against that Scion. I'm curious as to what kind of build the Scion's going for. probably just more like tanky.
Yeah, Bruiser. We thought the Scion was very popular a while ago, but it got nerfed to the ground, so I doubt we'll be seeing it. But I'm honestly not too up to date on the Scion builds. And Scion in plays like in games like this is pretty uncommon to be picked, so I'm interested to see how it works.
Yeah. I kind of miss Instinct Scion. Like when Scion would just kind of run in, die, and then just keep on like hitting the turret, just kind of split push. And it was kind of hard to kind of go against it because he's such a strong split pusher. But I haven't seen that in a little bit. Seems like they really kind of
Yeah,
brought
I'm
it down.
surprised you miss it. I don't at all.
I do. At least when it's on my team. If it's on the enemy team, I
Ooh.
don't miss it.
Bot lane might be setting up for an ambush there. Pantheon has his empowered W. He's going to stun onto the Soraka. Jin's just going to be getting those autos off. Nyla's going to be trading back. The Soraka's very low, but so is Pantheon. He's going to have to flash away. The chase is given by the Nyla. Flash committed by both Nyla and Pantheon there for the first blood going over to Cherry Hill. Wow, that was very eventful for
It was.
Level
But
one.
if you notice, like what you were saying before with how it's going to, like, and how I was saying, it's going to be up to Soraka to reimburse that health onto Nyla. Soraka was very low, and Jin was still walking over to Nyla. It was like the targeting wasn't exactly there on Jin's part. It seemed that focusing wasn't necessarily the best it could have been. They could have probably traded 1-for-1 after that, but he didn't, and then it just ended up being into Barneget's favor. Not Barneget.
And that's going to be very tough for Barneget.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough because losing level 1, you don't only give up the 300 gold that your death is, you give up the resources that are the minions. By the time you get back to lane, those beginning minions might have already died. And for those who don't know, especially in the early game, but throughout the entire game, the most important resource in the game are minions. These little dudes attacking right here, if you kill them, they give you gold. And if you are near them when they die, they give you XP. So you're not going to get strong unless you're killing those minions.
Right. And killing them gets you gold, and using your gold, you buy those items which make you stronger. So it's really important that you farm those minions in order to, get like more gold and stuff.
Yeah, Gang coming in from top lane, maybe just looking to force the flash here. But the Scion's just going to walk away, ghost away actually. So that was my fault. I didn't realize that the Scion brought ghost instead of flash. So that's going to be a successful gank on the part of Cherry Hill. They're going to take that. One summoner away from a Scion is great to have. Summoners spells in this game have a very cooldown.
Very long cooldown.
Yeah. So we're going to see maybe a little more advantage in the top lane and then able to play a little bit further up. And they might start looking for Rift Herald when that comes up, as they will have priority in the top lane for that. And their bot lane also gives up priority by being melee into ranged. For those who don't know, the priority of the lane is just whatever has a better push, and that's going to help set up for the objectives that are also really important on the map. There's Dragon at the bottom of the map, and Rift Herald that turns into Baron in 20 minutes at the top side of the map. And those are teams like to play around those objectives because they get gold, XP, and other various tiny buffs that can add up. So we'll be seeing probably a top side focus from Cherry Hill here, and probably a bottom side focus from Barneget, especially once this Twisted Fate hits level 6.
Yeah. That Nyla and Soraka is kind of playing more like safer from what we can see. They kind of were like undeterred. See, like since they're trying to like, Jin and Pantheon are trying to bring the Nyla and Soraka out, which is going to put them at a little bit more risk because Nyla is melee, so it's going to be harder for them. And they're just trying to keep them coming out. So you see they're backing up. They're just trying to freeze the wave. What is it?
Yeah. Yeah, they're just going to let the wave push
Yeah,
to
they're
them.
going to let the wave push.
If you're the bot lane for Cherry Hill, you don't want the wave going into the other direction on the enemy team. That's not at all what you want. Because then it's going to make it harder for your jungler to gank, and you're going to be susceptible to ganks.
Right.
Both of the junglers meeting in the river there, nothing happening.
Yeah. Seems that gold is pretty equal right now. 8.8 to 8.8.
Yeah.
They're both doing what they can, both teams.
Nothing insane has happened yet. We've had one kill, but I've seen worse starts to games, especially from my favorite teams. But they have come back. And thankfully, because I like those teams that happened to. I'm speaking of North America in Worlds.
Cloud9.
No, NRG.
Oh, energy.
NRG, yeah.
I'm not a fan of energy.
You're a T1 fan.
I am a team. Like a peeker.
This is going to be great. Going from watching these matches to 3 a.m. tomorrow, I will be staying up to watch the professional world championship for League.
I don't know about. I got work in the morning.
Yep. Made sure I got a cover for work so I can devote. I'm a devotee.
This league is way more important than work.
Of course. This is very well known. Everyone knows this.
Yeah, whatever you say.
I'm gonna accept it. I'm interested to see if we'll witness this Twisted Fate just fast pushing this wave, looking for a roam with the ultimate. Because that's a very common play once Twisted Fate hits 6. And I think that's what we're seeing. He's going to go top side, look for some priority there. Maybe get a gank off on this pushed up cannon. See the jungler up there as well.
It feels so slow.
Very slow game so far. Not much happening other than the solo kill in the beginning.
Oh yeah, that's a huge wave for Zion.
Absolutely gigantic. The Scion might be able to crash that and get a plate or two.
Seems the moon was coming off. Nope, but he's gonna back.
Yeah, the Amumu's just hovering there in case Barnegat decides to dive the cannon.
Oh yeah.
Just making sure that the cannon's able to safely farm those minions, because a 1v3 under tower you can do, but not a 2v3. It's a little bit harder.
Right. It seems that they're just kind of placing vision, just trying to prioritize that Rift Herald right there.
Yep. Well, kind of what we expected. Twisted Fate push, Scion push, and they play for that Herald here. Very strong objective in the early game, especially this first one. We'll see another one, but it won't be nearly as strong because I believe the plates will be down by then. And for those who don't know, those little lines on the health bar of the towers, they are plates. And once you get to each line, it'll give you a chunk of gold, I believe 125, which is a lot of money. And it adds up. A lot of teams like to play around it.
Just get as much gold as you can. Play around. As I said earlier, that gold gets you items, so it's really important.
A little skirmish breaking out in the top lane, the ultimate committed by the cannon, but the Scion just tanking it and trading back here. He's going to pop Ghost to try and chase down this cannon, but I don't know if that's going to work. Cannon has mobility. Popping the ult to try and stun, but the cannon flashing the charged Q, which might have spelled his doom. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, they definitely kind of, what is it, like they kind of traded each ability. Like for the Scion's Ghost, we got the Cannon's Flash. For the Scion's Ultimate, we got the Cannon's Ultimate. It was just kind of,
Yeah.
yeah, you know what I mean.
There's an argument to be made there, though,
Right.
that the Ghost is way less valuable than the
Right.
Flash. The Ghost cooldown, I believe, is less than Flash. I
It
know
is
Flash
less,
has like
I think.
what, 3-minute cooldown, something like that.
I honestly don't know because mine is in seconds, not minutes. Like, you know, like, you could change it in the settings. So mine's in seconds.
Gotcha. This cannon is doing a great job at stopping all of these Scion backs. It's making the job and the life of this Scion very difficult. It's just gonna not be able to back and spend his money and recall his resources.
It's a really good strat though, to not let him back, because he's missing out on that gold and backing. He's being forced into staying into lane.
Yeah, mid and jungle going bot lane to look for a play, but the bot lane is going to be able to survive on the side of Fairy Hill. Pantheon ulting in, everyone going in onto that Soraka. She's going to get killed, and the Echo's going to be able to get out. This Nyla just has to stay behind this tower and hope that she does not get one shot. Very low, and she's going to go down to the Twisted Fate there. A 2 from 0 on the side of Barnegat, and they're going to drop that Rift Herald to get those plates. A very successful bot gang.
That Barnegat play was like, I think that turned out the best it ever could have turned out. They put the Rift Herald down, and then they made it out with every person alive. It was a 4v2. Soraka was really low, and they were just literally like huddling right next to the turret, practically like hugging it, and they couldn't do anything because they were getting just completely like, it's basically like a, counting the Rift Herald, I'd say it's kind of like a 5v2. And like how the turret was targeting like Like they go in and then it's targeting them, they get out and then someone else. Like
Yeah.
they were just overall able to make it out without getting damage at all. Because Soraka and Nyla were playing so passively into that, they didn't know what to do. It was too much for them, so they ended up just completely losing it. I don't think there's anything that they could have done in the first place in order to defend that.
Yeah, not much you can do there in a 4v2 with Rift Herald under tower. A big milestone, I believe, for teams is it's not being scared of those towers. I mean, when you're playing for the first time in League of Legends, you see, wow, that turret hurts, and you get a little scared, but that's not what happens here. The flash coming out from Nyla after the Sion ults, the Pantheon flash Wing onto the Soraka. They're going to switch targets onto the Nyla. She's going to go down. Soraka trying to get some damage back in. Coming back in with Cannon ulting, getting everybody, doing a lot of damage there. It's not going to turn out well for that side there. The Aang's trying to come down and clean up a little more, maybe get that Jhin there is going to successfully get that. Sion walking her down, doing some damage. Twisted Fate low, but no more kills coming out here. That was very eventful there.
Right. I believe that was a 2 for 2. Or it was a 2 for 3.
I think it was a 1 for 3.
A 1 for No. Because there was definitely at least 2.
Well, at least it went on the side of Barnegat.
I think
I'm
at
pretty
least-
confident to say.
No, there was 2 things on Barnegat, I think.
The side of Barnegat.
And if Kennen did not hourglass, when he hourglass, he would have just been dead, just completely just like wiped out. So that was a really good timing hourglass on his part, and he was able to make it out alongside Annie, and just like Barnegat is like targeting bot lane hard this game. Like we've had like 4-man ganks like twice. They see that it works, so they do it.
Very strong.
They're just
pressure
taking
going
advantage
down.
of it. It's very strong.
And in these team fights, we're going to see that Barnegat's going to try and just dive somebody with the Pantheon W and R, the Twisted Fate, guaranteed CC stun, gold card. Try and burst that person down. Cherry Hill has more of an AoE team fight tactic here, I guess you could say, with the Kennen ult, Amumu ult, Annie, and Nyla. It's interesting to see how these play out. If Barnegat can lock down one character and get them killed quickly, the fight's probably going to go in their way. But if they all group up for these AoE damage abilities, then it's not going to go very well.
Right, yeah. I get what you mean.
Yeah.
There's wards all over the map. That's something I've never seen in my games.
Wards?
Yeah, wards. I never see wards in my games. Like I'll have like 75 like ward thing, like what do you call it? Like vision.
Ward score?
Ward score. Like at like the end of the game, and then everyone has like 10 minutes. Like,
Yeah. Well, you're a support, so you're supposed to get a very high.
But so are junglers, and my junglers are out here getting like 50
Wording,
wards.
yeah, wording is very neglected part of the game.
It is.
A 3-man gank coming up here, but the Ken is going to be able to get out with
Yeah.
the increased mobility
Yeah.
from that ability there.
Yeah. Kennen has a lot of mobility, so the 3-man gank, especially going in from there, it's not the best for like Kennen as a champ. Like if you're trying to do it to him, just gonna get right out. Go zooming.
Yeah.
But Barnegat is gonna get the Rift Herald. It seems that they're applying pressure and it kind of scared the Kennen away. So Kennen's just gonna focus on that lane while they were able to focus the Rift Herald and get it. And it seems that they're going back to the 3-man Kennen. And probably either kill him, get him in the back, place Rift possibly.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that Barnegat was playing for that rift in that top gank. They didn't need the kill. They just wanted Kennen to back off.
Yeah.
And through that, they were able to go through. Because Nyla's going to engage onto the Jhin. Soraka's here, but not able to do anything to help. Too far away. The Jin's just going to walk out of it.
I'm surprised Nyla didn't die and didn't just hope that Soraka can keep her alive.
That might be what we call a limit test.
Yeah, maybe I'm just too used to limit testing.
Yeah. Just try some really tough
I mean,
fight.
at this point, sometimes it's like worth to make those risky decisions.
Yeah, we're gonna see Echo ganking bot with the Jhin ult come up. The sun's gonna come out from the Echo W, but Kennen's gonna come in and be able to ult, get that damage in. Echo's gonna be forced to ult back so he doesn't die. A good response there from Cherry Hill, but they're still gonna lose one.
And Cherry Hill was able to get the turret, but was it really worth in the life of both Nyla and Soraka? Actually, Nyla
Nyla
did
got
that. Just Soraka. Just Soraka. But what happened is like
Oh,
Barney.
Pantheon's gonna go in on this cannon here. Maybe a little overextended. Vince is gonna be in the back, just gunning him down.
It seems what Cherry Hill is doing is they're kind of overextending a little bit because that's kind of what happened with Soraka and Nyla. Nyla did make it out alive, but Soraka unfortunately didn't. Just as Cherry Hill bot lane was able to get that, like that turret, like immediately there was the Jingle. Echo had his, what was it? It was like a globe thing. I know.
The W, the
Yeah,
dome.
he was able, the dome, he was able to stun the Soraka. Soraka was like completely just like dead at that point. And then Jin ulted. It was just completely impossible for, you know, a Soraka to be able to make it out alive. It's just the overextending. And then Kennen made his down bot lane. And then he just got like, I think it was like 1v2 or 1v3. And it's just, it's the overextending.
Yeah, sometimes you get a little caught up
Yeah.
in, I need to get these minions. This would be a good turret to get. And you don't pay enough attention to realize, wow, there could be 3 people down here right now, and that's what happened. But I assure you that I don't think we'll be seeing Kennen do that a lot more in these games. It kind of gives you PTSD from my experience.
You're so real.
See some more passive farming going on here. I want to point out that the jungle on the side of Barnegat is up a lot of CS, which is important. So is the mid. No bot and top lane falling behind a bit. But it is looking very Barnegat-sided right now. But if we can get those shutdowns, then it could turn around. Ken is just going to go all in on this Twisted Fate. He's going to try and get away. Live with 1 HP. Maybe get punished here. Flash coming in from the Pantheon to absolutely make sure that W lands. And Kennen's not going to be able to do much there.
Barnegat's strat is to definitely group up and then literally go everywhere together. Because we have constantly seen 4 mans this like entire game.
Another fight breaking out. Diving onto that Soraka again, the dive strat coming in. But the Moon is going to ult defensively, still get locked down by the Scion ult. Not going to be able to do much there.
Backing up like 4 men everywhere. Like,
Very quick fix.
it works for them, so they take advantage of it and they do it. Like, just overall, like right now we have about a 4K gold lead, and it seems like Cherry Hill's keeping up as to the best they can. You know, it's important, again, farming and everything, getting objectives. But right now, like, Barnegat has been really good with getting those objectives. They have 3 objectives on top of Cherry Hill, and they've also gotten like 2 rifts. So overall, like, their gold, like, they've been doing really well with objectives, you know, like getting around as a team. They have 6 kills over on top of Cherry Hill. They just got that bot lane turret, so the gold, you know.
Yeah. I mean, another bounty coming out for this Pantheon is going to be interesting to see. 3 bounties on the side of Barnegat. If Cherry Hill can pick those up, they might be back in the game, but it's still going to be a very difficult comeback. For those who don't know, when you do very well, you get a lot of kills, get a lot of gold without dying, you will get a bounty on your head. And if the enemy kills you, they will get extra gold along with a 300 base just for the kill. And it brings a lot of comeback potential, you know, rubber banding into the game. It keeps it interesting.
Right.
Kennen just trying to push that wave up there. Get that CS, make sure you farm up. Most important part of the game.
Right. And sometimes I just totally forget that buff share is a thing now. Like that's like relatively new, right? Like the whole buff share.
Yes, relatively new. When the jungler completes their jungle item, they drop another essence for the buff. Kennen getting locked down again. Impossible to escape once you're hit by 1 piece of CC. You have to have cleanse or you're dead, because Barnegat just has so much CC that they can chain. You know, that W coming through, and then, I mean, already dead there, but there were options to follow up CC-wise from Barnegat if they so wish.
Right. We look at the KDs, and it seems like everyone on Barnegat is just completely dominating. They're playing really well together as a team. You know, they know how to work together. Cherry Hill's struggling a little bit. They're doing their best, but they're struggling. They're trying to keep up as much as they possibly can. I believe they did get the first turret. So.
Yeah, and we're gonna see a Baron come through likely for Barnegat, which is just gonna absolutely accelerate their lead. I don't think Cherry Hill knows that that's going on there. The Pantheon's gonna R onto the Nyla, lock her down, but she's gonna come back and use her ult in response to lock her and him and Sion down and get both of those kills. An absolutely amazing response from the Nyla there to realize that they can't kill you and go back in. They're very out of their league there. It's a 2v4.
It seemed like Barnegat definitely got a taste of their own medicine right there. It was like they're like, sorry, constant. Like they're just like they took the tray onto the.
Mumu going in on this Echo who dove, but Echo still gets the kill with the return on the Q. I almost missed it, but I mean the Echo dove in, did a bunch of damage onto that Amumu, but his Q is like a boomerang. It'll come back to him after a couple seconds. And even though he was way out of the range of how he should normally attack on that Amumu, the Q came back to him and it does a lot of damage on that pullback, and it was able to kill the Amumu there. So one pick for one pick, you know, it's back and forth at that point.
I'd say 1 for 1 isn't like too bad. It's kind of like an equal trade.
Oh, sorry, it was 2 for 1, right? Sion
Wait.
also, it was Sion and Pantheon who died, and then they just got the Amumu. So 2 for 1. Yeah. Still favorable to Cherry Hill there. But we're going to see this Baron buff in full use, just being pushed bot lane. You can't defend this. These Baron buffed minions, when you kill Baron Nashor, that big worm in the ground, he's going to give you a buff. Every minion you're near on your side is going to get empowered. They're super strong, hard to kill, and they do more damage. So that's very good for seeking those turrets. Lockdown coming in on this Amumu here is just going to get absolutely decimated. In enemy lines a little too much, I believe.
It feels like every time that Cherry Hill takes a step forward, like Barnegat just completely demolishes it and then takes like 3 steps forward.
Yeah.
You know, it's just Cherry Hill's trying to pick their way back up, and Barnegat's just completely just like not letting it happen. So it's gonna be really hard for Cherry Hill to try to bring them
Stun
back up.
coming in on Soraka, and then the ult and Jin coming through to get that damage. At Twisted Fate just so happens to get a little bit more to finish her off. We're seeing this pick and this pick style where they just want to pick off one character here and there really work for Barnegat here. They're finding a lot of those picks that Cherry Hill is just in the open, not even in the open necessarily at this point, but in the early game it was more they're overextended in the open, so they're able to get those picks and snowball a lead. And now they're going to take Dragon for it, which is going to give them Soul Point.
Yeah, it seems like Cherry Hill's thinking about contesting it, but it's too late. We're gonna get Sion engaging in on it. And she's gonna go into a full-blown team fight from there.
Pantheon ulting in, but getting just decimated by the Nyla. Kind of the last hope of Cherry Hill here. I believe just a 1 for nothing on the side of Cherry Hill. They'll take that fight. That Echo going in for some more damage. Low health bars on the side of Cherry Hill here, but they're gonna look to just defend from this push mid. Excuse us. A little technical difficulty there. But now we're just gonna see a classic push mid lane, group up. I think in a 5v5 fight, 4v4 fight, Barnegat's gonna win these. Jin ult is just opening up, doing a bunch of damage, gonna get that immune. Can't do anything there. And I don't want to call it too early, but it's gonna take a lot for this to be competitive again.
Yeah, it's Barnegat's targeting is just immaculate, and Cherry Hill, it just feels like they're kind of getting desperate and they don't exactly know what to do against it. Barnegat just has full of confidence. So it's just, right now it's in full favor of Barnegat, especially with it's almost a 10k gold lead now. Like probably like 9k right now. So it's like they have a huge gold lead. They have about 4 turrets from Cherry Hill. They've gotten 4 dragons. They've gotten like Baron. They've had 2 Rift Heralds. It's just overall the objectives, the team fight, you know, the targeting is just completely on top of Barnegat's side right now. It's going to be really hard for Cherry Hill to bring themselves back. It's not impossible, but it's going to be really hard. It's going to take like complete focus.
You know what they're going to have to do? They're going to have to play around this Nyla. We've seen her get a lot of picks on the Pantheon ulting in and that Sion mid lane as well. And that's kind of the only hope that they have here is to play around her, make sure she's as strong as possible, and enable her to do her job of damage.
Right.
And if they can do that, there's a chance. The Nyla ult can turn a team fight. If they get a good combination of ultimates off, I can see a team fight going in the way of Cherry Hill here.
Right. And with Nyla's items, I think it's called Quicksilver, and then the Collector, and then there's that builds into
Navori Quickblade.
Oh, sorry. What's Quicksilver? I thought
Quicksilver Sash is the cleanse item.
Oh.
A fight breaking out in top here. Nyla's gonna make her ult, dodge the Scion abilities. The Jhin ult coming in from off screen. Kennen coming in with the ult, but not doing much as the team is already dead. And it's just gonna be clean up from here on the side of Barnegat. Amumu just running for his life at that point. Going, try and cause a little trouble. Hit that stun off so the Scion can't teleport. Get at least something. The stun there is going to make sure that the Scion takes longer to get to the base and destroy it. But it's still going to be very hard for that to be stopped.
Yeah.
These are the last 2 turrets before the Nexus, and then the Nexus is free to be hit.
Yeah.
It's very hard.
Yeah, the team pretty much over. Game 1. Okay, so off of that first game, what are we expecting for the second game?
The second game, I think we might see a Twisted Fate ban here. I'm not really sure. Stuff like that, like some of the characters picked might be banned because they're just big problems, you know.
I'm expecting an Echo ban.
Yeah.
Echo, he played really well with, again, the dome thing. I don't know what it's called.
The W.
The W, his W. So he played really well around that to where, like, with the ganks, like, when Cherry Hill was overextended, he was right there. He ran in, he was able to stun. They were able to pretty much just pick them off almost instantly. It was just, Echo was a really good choice for what they were kind of trying to do. Again, with how you were saying, there's just so much CC inside of Barnegat's comp, to the point where it was just like, you get hit by one CC, you get hit by the second and then third, and then you're just instantly dead because of all the damage that's being dealt. And it was really hard for Nyla to try to kind of play around that, especially because she's so squishy as a melee. So it's definitely harder for Nyla, especially when she's kind of, you know, who you're kind of playing around a little bit, like you're kind of the carry right now. So it's, you know. But overall, I think both teams definitely played like really good, and it's just definitely kind of recap into, you know, what each other did last game, and just overall just try to learn off of it, come up with like if you want to try something different, like just do what you can. Just overall, yeah. So
Yeah, it was a very interesting game, kind of a built-up
Yeah.
and snowballed lead from Barnegat there, which led to the Nexus ultimately being destroyed. I'm interested to see what counter strat Cherry Hill might have here for this next game.
yeah.
See
So,
what they change up.
Yeah.
And, you know, really switch it up and give it some more pizzazz, maybe. Who knows?
of course. So. All right, so we're about to go. We're gonna go right back into a break. Both teams are getting ready again for the second game, so we'll see you in just a moment.
If it don't involve money, then I don't accept. Anytime, better come correct. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity.
starters. One out of a million will reach those heights. Always had a feeling that I won't deny that work. Never could toss. Look in my eyes, I'm on the rise. Rise, cut in my size, trying to make sense of it all comprise. Yeah, highs, been in these skies. Never stuck down, feeling paralyzed, but I'm up now. We all too late to fall. Yeah, anyone coming, I'ma lift them all. Never look down when there's risk involved. I got guts, gotta learn, I gotta wish it all. Ain't got no feelings, we just floating. Yeah, I'm that grain of sand that made it out the ocean. A couple milli now, I'm causing a commotion. I've been coasting, hear my name around the world like an explosion.
So rise up. Rise up. We are the apocalypse, and a pill that keeps us floating. As we fly above the stars, the hype won't scare us falling. So rise up. We're too great to be landed. Rise up. We're too great to be standing.
They never gonna stop us, fly by them like choppers. Better took those risks, hold one of my fists, we fire starters. Let's go. One out of a million will reach those heights. Always had a feeling that I won't deny that work. Never could toss. Look in my eyes, I'm on the rise.
Try your luck and take a chance. Before the risks in this moment, take my hand, then break my heart. I'll never walk this
Welcome back. We're back for game 2 of the series here. I'm very excited. Game 1 went to Barnegat. It is a best of 3, I believe. So this game was won by Cherry Hill. It'll go to the 3rd and final tiebreaker game. So, I mean, we'll see if that happens here or if Barnegat just 2-0 sweeps and can take it home.
I mean, yeah, it's very possible for both teams. It seems there's a little bit of switching roles going on for Cherry Hill, which is fine. It happens. But yeah, as you were saying, if Barnegat does win this, then it's just going to be a 2-0 sweep, and there's going to be no third game. So, I don't know. Hopefully there is a third game. I feel like watching the third game would be like the ultimate like heat, you know. What I mean?
Everyone always loves the tiebreaker
Right.
tied game. It's always got the most stakes on the line.
That's true.
But something I'm very surprised at right now is we're seeing the same bands as last
Yeah,
game.
except for the Talia.
Nope, the Talia was also third band last game.
Wait, was it?
Yep.
Why?
We didn't speak on it because it was going very fast, but I do remember Talia being
Wait.
banned there. Talia is another champion that I think would have worked with the Barnegat style of having roaming ultimates and roaming abilities to get to those team fights, because Talia's ultimate lets her just roam, make a wall, ride across it to the other side of the map. So I do agree with that ban there.
But I just like to say, we had the Twisted Fate stolen, so
Yeah.
Barnegat will not get the Twisted Fate. It's going to go towards Cherry Hill,
Yeah.
which is really surprising because we were expecting a Twisted Fate ban, not that enemy team to just completely pick Twisted Fate. So it was definitely unexpected, but
Yeah.
I'm excited to see where that goes.
And in response, I mean, so far we're seeing a very similar draft from Barnegat, but they're switching out that stolen Twisted Fate with an Akshan, who's going to be able to stealthily get around the map, use the grapple hook to close distance, and can almost do a similar job to Twisted Fate, but not it won't replace Twisted Fate fully. So I'm interested to see how that's going to fit into the team strategy here. But a very different draft we're seeing from Cherry Hill. They're switching it up. Twisted Fate mid instead of Annie, Kane jungle, which is more carry DPS instead of support, as opposed to the Amumu, and Caitlyn bot here.
I feel like Caitlyn's a really good pick. She's strong. She has a lot of range, and with the Nico support,
Nico
I think
support.
there's a lot of
Nico-
things. No, because Twisted Fate mid, unless they're gonna do a Twisted Fate support, which I
That's
doubt.
true.
I highly doubt.
It's possible.
But I don't know. Nico can be a I think she's like a decent support. It's just she's not. I don't know.
Nico's very strong at the moment,
She's
especially
strong.
in the mid lane.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
in professional, like worlds
Right.
play, Nico is like very high pick ban rate. If you don't see her ban, she's likely picked. Just because of that game-changing ultimate, it's gonna be able to turn team fights, CC 4 people, if maybe 5, usually less.
It's like
Get a bunch of damage in.
yeah. It's like even if you're like not doing like super duper good, if like you land like a 4 or 5 man ult, it can like change the direction of the game. Like you could like as soon as everyone on the enemy team's dead, just go straight for Baron or just try to end as fast as you can. If that's an option, it's just do what you can with what you have. So I think Nico's a really good champ, but I don't know. We've seen her a lot of support for GSE more than mid lane. I think I've only seen one person play her mid lane, but we've seen a lot of Nico support throughout the season. So
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. I mean, so far it seems like they've switched up their picks a little bit, right? There's less emphasis on the dive from Barnegat, and even less emphasis on the AoE ultimates from Cherry Hill, but they have kind of kept that core idea, and both have the same, game plan as last game, but switching it up a little, hoping maybe on Cherry Hill's side for a different result, and Barnegat hoping to just drive home that point,
yeah.
keep doing what they did last game.
And I know I've said this before, but we do have an Ezreal pick on Barnegat's side. I have said this many times. I don't know. I just don't like Ezreal. Like, I think, oh, I'm sorry. I know you like made Ezreal. I'm sorry. But,
Offended.
sorry. But Ezreal, I don't know. I don't agree with him as, like, if I'm going to play with an Ezreal, I'd rather play with any other AD carry out of every single one than Ezreal. It's just, he feels so weird. Unless it's like Ezreal Yumi and you're like playing completely safe. But I don't know, Ezreal just seems more like a mage. But he's like a mage
Ezreal
marksman mix.
is a hybrid character. The damage done is a lot of AP and AD. It's kind of 50-50 split, or at least it should be theoretically. But I guess it differs depending on how you play him. But I really don't appreciate my main man Ezreal. For those who don't know, I love Ezreal. That was my main for a while.
You play a better Jinx. I'd rather you play Jinx.
Okay. But something I do find interesting here is that the Volibear pick is going to be instrumental for those tower dives. I
Oh,
think.
yeah.
Volibear ult to disable those towers and make for more successful dives where less damage is taken. On Barnegat's side, it might end up changing the game here if you can get those ults off correctly.
He's a pretty popular champ like right now. I see him a lot. I think he's pretty strong right now. As like compared to Wukong, I never see Wukong like ever. Like besides from like a few people I know who like main Wukong, no one else I know plays Wukong. It's just I don't know. I just don't think there's a lot of interest into Wukong. He's not that interesting of a champ. I don't know. It's like one of those annoying champs that kind of clones, which we have 2 cloning champs in that case for Cherry Hill. We got Nico and Wukong. So what if we get like 3 Wukongs? Wait, 4. What if Nico pretends to be Wukong, and then we have Nico's clone that's Wukong, and then we have Wukong, and then we got Wukong's clone? That's like 4 Wukongs.
That's really confusing. I would hate that if I was
Just
Barnegat.
4. That'd be so fun.
Yeah, I think the idea with that Wukong there is to kind of combo with the Nico, get big AoE CC off for those team fights. Again, similar to the idea last game with before. So we'll see if that works out. if they can get those multi-man ults on both the Nico and the Wukong, I think that's going to be what decides those team fights for Cherry Hill here. And what decides the team fights for Barnegat will be if they can lock somebody down again, burst them down, and then continue the fight with one more person. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I get what you mean. I agree. No, I hate it when it just instantly loads into the game because I like to take it. Oh my god, heart steal. Okay, I'm sorry. I love heart steal. It's like the first heart steal we've seen.
Yeah, GSE, because they're very new. They just came out now.
I like the Ezreal now. Now I'm okay with the Ezreal thing.
Of course.
I'll
take it. But something I want to talk about is this bot lane matchup. Caitlyn has the longest range in the game, base auto attack range. So that's going to be instrumental in poking out that Ezreal. He's going to try and respond with Qs to even it out, but we'll see if he can hit those, because those are skill shots, auto attacks, those are guaranteed hits. You will always hit a skill shot. If it's an auto attack, it's not a skill shot at that point.
Right.
We're going to see an invade from Barnegat here, trying to get somebody. The Caitlyn and the Pantheon are going to flash, but the Caitlyn's going to survive. Probably back, try and get that health back very early, so it shouldn't actually affect the game. But you will take.
It will affect a little bit because by the time he's back.
Flash is important there.
Yeah.
Support flash is a lot less important than ADC flash, in my opinion.
Actually, I'm not quite sure if it'll affect because the wave did just spawn, but maybe she's going to be a little late because I think minion moves around the same speed, if not a little bit faster. So if she's, I think she's okay.
I think if you recall by like.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
You're fine.
No, you're right. Because I forgot, like, it takes a little bit for the minions to damage each other a little bit. She should at least be able to get, like, the first few minions.
We're going to see Barnegat here going for another ambush like last game. It didn't work out last game, I believe, but they're going to try it again, see if they can get it to work.
Seems that they're being kind of cautious, though. Feels like Cherry Hill kind of knows what's going on, so they're just kind of feeling a little bit.
Yeah, just going to focus on CSing here.
But Cherry Hill definitely does have more of an aggressive comp for bot than they did last game. Definitely. I think so.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, Nico is, in my personal opinion, very difficult to play against in the early game. If you get rooted and queued, you're just gonna, all your health is gonna be gone immediately. Not much you can do there.
Especially with the Caitlyn, if like Nico roots you, you put the Caitlyn tap on top.
Skirmish top lane, the Volibear is gonna stay in his storm to get that shield and damage off on Wukong. Wukong's gonna flash, try and juke out the Volibear. Very low health, he might be able to kill him. And the kill's gonna go through on the Wukong, a complete outplay. Well played by both people, but the Wukong's going to be able to take that out there.
Yeah, that was a complete outplay by Wukong.
Yeah.
That was so good.
Kiting out that Volibear, waiting for your abilities to come back. Very well played. That Volibear is going to use that shield from the storm effectively, but it's not going to be enough. He's going to teleport back to lane, but, no summoners on either side for top side.
Wow.
Another eventful early game. We'll see if it mellows out again, or if it goes back.
A little slow right now.
We're seeing the bot lane for Barnegat pushing in onto that Cherry Hill side, just because the Pantheon puts out so much pressure early game because he's so strong and has a big kill threat that you have to play back if you're Cherry Hill here.
Right.
And this Ezreal's just going to keep poking those Qs at them, try and get them low. And they're content with farming as well, both sides actually. A gank may be coming out here from Echo, sitting in that bush. Just gonna recall, kind of covering for a counter gank. Not gonna matter much, but it's a good call. If the enemy jungler did come by, it would have been a great play there. Just being there so that your bot lane doesn't die and maybe you can turn it around. It's a very good idea. Wukong going in again on the Volibear. He's gonna sit storm, take a lot of damage, but Kane coming through, almost a bait from Wukong. We're gonna see if we can get anything out of this Volibear. No summoner spells to use. He's just gonna walk out, survive.
I mean, Wukong? No, I'm sorry, not Wukong. Volibear? Um, Volibear, I'd say he's kind of simple to the point where like you understand like what's going on with him to like a good amount. Like I don't know Volibear that well, but at the same time I feel like I know him well. So it's like his whole kit, you can literally just walk out sometimes, like without even having to lose anything, just because of how Volibear is. Like you know, like if you know what I mean. It's hard
Yeah.
to explain.
One thing we need to watch out for with the Volibear is that little circle on the ground. After a couple seconds, it'll storm down, I suppose, and deal damage and give Volibear a shield if he is in it. So Volibear is going to be wanting to play around that, get that shield to make it as efficient as possible, because that's just going to block a lot of damage for him, make the trades more favorable. And the Wukong, conversely, is going to try and stay away from that. Seeing Akshan cover bot lane here. Maybe look for a dive in stealth. He's gonna hit that ult key, but it's all gonna land on the tower. The Caitlyn understanding very well that if you just hide behind the tower from an Akshan, the ult bullets are gonna hit the tower and not you, so you can just completely block it.
I totally forgot that with Akshan's ult, like you could just block it off if you're the one like getting targeted by the turret. That's actually really cool.
Dragon going over to Barnegat, trying to catch out this Twisted Fate here. Volibear coming in from the top, gonna pincer. Chain CC coming down, it's gonna be absolutely obliterated there. Caught out as Twisted Fate. Maybe didn't expect the Volibear coming in from the top.
Definitely not. But it was good for Barney. That played out really well for them. They were able to get that pick and made it 1-for-1 right now. So both equal in kills. Wukong and Volibear each has the kill, so see what difference that makes top lane. But it does seem
Another skirmish coming out here in the top lane. They're just gonna fight it out. Volibear's gonna be forced to ult away because he has no flash. He can't flash away. And the only way you live there is if you ult out. So Volibear's gonna have to do that. Wukong now has priority to do whatever he wants for a little bit. Maybe even look for a dive here. Volibear is extremely low. One thing I'm interested to see is if we will notice this Twisted Fate bolting into another lane to look for a roam pick, as happened last game when Barnegat picked in. Because that would be very cool to see. That's the most interesting thing I find when I watch Twisted Fate is seeing those big ult plays. You know, you think it's an even fight, and then suddenly Twisted Fate is there and turns it around. It's not very fun to play against, I'll tell you.
Oh no, definitely not.
But, you know, it's fun to watch.
It is fun to watch. It definitely seems like this game is definitely being played a lot slower than it was last game. Like even with like last game in the beginning, there was like a bunch of stuff happening in the beginning. Now it feels like they're both kind of like afraid. Like it's like high stakes right now. So definitely Cherry Hill is kind of like playing back, just trying to make sure they don't do anything dire that can end up like giving, Barnegat the win, feeding a certain champion or anything. So it's just overall, it feels a lot more tension than the last one.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot more assertive plays from Barnegat here. They want to push a lead, they want to get that and be able to snowball. So they're going for these objectives as a team. They got the Dragon before, they're getting the Herald now. Both objectives in the early game going over to Barnegat is going to be huge in giving them a lead to play with here.
I mean, it gives them the goal, objectives, and makes them stronger, so.
Yeah, I'm interested to see where we'll have that Herald dropped. Maybe mid lane to get that Akshan ahead, give him more ability to roam once that mid turret is down.
I'm guessing top, because it seems like Volley might be going up a little bit. Oh, apparently not. Kane's in the backs. Oh, or he's just going to go back down. Maybe it will go mid. I don't really see it going bot, but yeah, it's possible. I don't know. I just feel like it'd be most effective either top or mid.
Yeah, a very common play is to throw a bot because there are two people bot. It's going to get two people ahead. Another skirmish top lane again. Very eventful. The Wukong's going to be able to dodge that storm, catch this Volibear out of it as well. Gonna pop the ult to keep CCing him. The Twisted Fate teleport coming in and trying to secure this. He's gonna get stunned, the Volley Bear. The flash is gonna come out from the Wukong to get away, but the Volley Bear ultimately comes down to kill that Wukong. Maybe another kill coming in for the Volley Bear here. Absolutely amazing job by Volley Bear there to turn that 1v1 around and then that 2v1 around.
Yeah. Volley is really strong, so definitely don't underestimate him. I feel like that Wukong kind of just like tried to see what he could do. He saw Twisted Fate coming in, trying to help, but it didn't work out for him. Definitely a great play by Volley Bear.
Yeah, I think the play there might have been played a little slower. Wait for that Twisted Fate teleport to come in and then use your ult as Wukong to CC, and then you can chain that down and get a lot of damage in before you can even react.
It felt a little bit rushed, right?
Yeah, almost.
Almost a little.
But very well played.
Yeah. The timing's just a little bit off.
Correct. A bot wave is being pushed in here. They may be looking for some priority to get it back, do something. Ward Dragon, it's up in a bit, I believe. 30 seconds about. So Barnegate's definitely going to be playing around that. We know they like to play around their objectives.
Where's that go? Oh.
Wow, Caitlyn getting a good trade off there on Ezreal. Ezreal going up for that CS, and then Caitlyn recognizing that he's not going to be able to hit back unless he wants to miss the CS. So just going to do a very favorable trade. But I'm not sure if they notice this Echo coming in. He's going to teleport onto this Nico, get that play off. Get the stun, not much you can do there, immediately demolished. And now they're going to be able to get this Dragon a lot easier.
That was a really good play. It's just, he was like camping, waiting. I know sometimes it gets boring just sitting and waiting, but sometimes that's just what it takes in order to catch them on the right moment.
Yeah, and we're going to see in response from Cherry Hill's side, Wukong is going to take some plates in the top lane while Volley Bear is missing. But the Volley Bear is going to be able to teleport back and deny any more progress being gained for top lane. Again, absolutely demolishing Caitlyn there. It was way too quick to even notice, but just bursted down immediately. ADCs are notoriously low health, low resistance, low armor.
Oh, forgot that
can
Wukong
happen.
chasing.
Wukong chasing the Volley Bear here, popping
Oh,
the Ignite,
he
and
gets it.
wow, very, very eventful recently.
Yeah, and definitely better than early game. Early game was kind of slow.
Yeah. I like these mid-game fights more.
Yeah, I do. I do too.
I want to see some outplays, especially from this Ezreal zipping and zooming around.
It's definitely getting a lot more hype. So
Yeah.
I'm excited to see what comes out from this. Definitely seems like, I don't know, I feel like Cherry Hill's definitely making more of themselves this game. I don't know, it feels like they have a lot more presence. Last game, I don't know if it was the first game, but like, you know.
Yeah, Cherry Hill fell behind
Yeah.
early in the last game, and it was downhill from there. It was very hard to come back from. But now they're a lot more in the game. It's only
Yeah.
4-2. There's not much of gold lead.
Right.
Maybe like, it's 900 gold, almost 1,000 gold for
Yeah.
Barnegat over Cherry Hill here,
Yeah.
and that's very, very winnable.
It's still winnable. I think they definitely need to play a bit more like around like Wukong maybe. Like we've seen how Wukong plays. He knows how to outplay Volley Bear. Like easily. His volley is probably the biggest threat onto Barnegat right now. So just kind of trusting Wukong's instincts and then just trying to figure stuff out with him, just around him in general, play around him. I think that is going to be the key probably to like what's going to go best for Cherry Hill.
Yeah, I think for Cherry Hill, we're going to need to see them group on these objectives instead of playing kind of apart and see if they can get these team ultimate combos off because, that's the game plan and we're not seeing a lot of execution there. They're very split up while Barnegat always groups up for those objectives, make sure that they're able to fight them as a team. And, Cherry Hill has had to give those up because, they've been picked off before or whatever. And, it's been very detrimental. 2 dragons already on the side of Barnegat is tough to deal with. This Echo looking for a top gank, but it's not going to go through. The W missing. Wukong just walking away.
It seems that they're going to go for the Rift though. So
Yep, this is what we see from Barnegat all the time. They group up for these objectives. You know,
they kind of scared the Wukong off. Which before they kind of scared off the Ken a little bit top lane, and they.
oh, a flash coming in from Ezreal there to dodge the Twisted Fate, but it was very inconsequential. The Kane going in for the steal.
Fortunately, didn't go through, but
It's a good attempt there, as much as you can do.
you know, sometimes it's just worth to just kind of just like try to steal it at least, just so
Yeah.
they don't get the chance to have it.
A little trade going off here. Wukong getting chunked down by this Volibear. He's going to disable the turret, maybe go for a kill. No, he's going to walk away, use that shield. Go for more damage. Wukong's in a very fatal range here. I would be careful if I was Wukong number 5. Very possible. I believe he can heal with a Divine Sunderer and that powered Q, but we're now seeing action in the bot lane. The Pantheon's going to dive in. Nico rooting, now popping the ult. Pantheon being targeted by Cherry Hill, and the Pantheon's going to go down. Azonia's coming out from the Nico to survive, but it's going to be a 2-for-2 here, most likely. A dodge coming through by the Caitlyn. He's going to be able to pick up that Ezreal. A very good trade
Wow.
for Cherry Hill here, but the Echo's going to come in and try and clean up. Not going to get the stun off. Going to get that E, get that Q. Able to pick up the Caitlyn, make it a 2-for-2.
Nice.
But, you know, that was very scary. If that Echo didn't get that cleanup kill, it would have been in the favor of Cherry Hill there. Well played by the Nico. Zonia's using the Q, going into stasis, making sure she can't take damage. For those of you who don't know, that when Nico went golden, it was becoming completely invulnerable. Which
When-
bought time for the Caitlyn to do damage.
When Nico like Zanya, it was like you could like see an Ezreal. He was like, oh, what do I do? Like, which is probably the smartest thing to do. He probably would have died anyways, but you know, just get the kill. Like you die, but it was able to be made up for to make it a 2-for-2. Ultimately, I think it ended out pretty decent for both teams.
We might see this Kane call out here in the jungle. Pantheon's looking for it, gonna get the empowered W. Dodging the Kane W. He's gonna push him away. Now they're gonna dive onto that Nico, get the kill. Well played by Barnegat. Team there to back up that Pantheon engage. And now it's gonna be a much easier if Cherry Hill chooses to contest it. If they get this dragon, they're gonna be on Soul Point, which is very scary.
It is very scary. Cherry Hill's probably gonna need that soul pretty badly.
Yeah.
Depending. Which soul's gonna be?
It's gonna be Chemtech Soul.
Chemtech? Oh, Chemtech's not that good.
Not that great, but everything helps. A fight here.
Yeah, that's true.
In the top lane, the Twisted Fate's gonna come through with the gold card, stun the Volibear. The Wukong's gonna come back in, clean up that kill. A good ultimate from the Twisted Fate to pick up that kill on the Volibear, while the rest of the team was down getting dragon.
You know, as they say, top lane is like a whole other dimension. So it's like, there's a lot of stuff that happens top lane. Like you can see, it's kind of like going back and forth between Volley, Wukong, and having like these really good plays. But Wukong definitely is on top
Kane
right
trying
now.
to stop this tower from being taken, but it might be a little too much. Twisted Fate with the gold card flash, he's gonna be able to pick up that Echo, but the Akshan's gonna take back the life of the Kane and revive that Echo with the passive there. Overall, not a great trade for Cherry Hill there. I think they take that one and run. They take their Echo kill and they get out of there. Because now that Echo's already back out on the map, able to apply pressure. So it's less, you know, not what you want.
Right.
And one thing I want to point out earlier is that while there were 4 people on Barnegat's side at Dragon, it was a 1v1 top lane. And so Cherry Hill decided, hey, let's give up Dragon. We're not going to win that. We have less people. So let's try and make a play somewhere else. So the Twisted Fate teleported top lane with his ultimate and was able to pick up that kill on the Volibear, which then let them get the tower. And now Wukong is just going to keep harassing this Volibear, chasing him down with the ultimate and the Qs. He's going to have to ult away. The Ignite coming out, not able to heal. Might do enough damage. And the Ignite is going to secure the kill on the Volibear there. Just a second more and that shield would have come down and saved the Volibear. Super close fight there.
Unlucky.
An invade from the Kane to try and pressure this Echo. Gonna get some damage off and get away. Able to do that because the Wukong killed the Volibear, so you have that top priority. Caitlyn dodging the spear that was survived. Echo getting a shield, but the King diving in, trying to get the kill, getting it. But now in bot lane, a double kill. No, sorry, a single kill. Nico going over to the Pantheon. Very eventful.
Yeah, it's just there's stuff going on from both sides. I think
Now,
fine.
Akshan assassinated the Kane out of nowhere. Twisted Fate gonna reply on the other side of the map, picking up a kill. It's getting insane here. The teleport's gonna come out. He's gonna get the gold card. He's gonna be able to CC the Ezreal, but he's gonna cleanse it and walk away. An absolutely amazing cleanse there. Gonna make sure that you don't get CC'd and destroyed by that Twisted Fate. If you get stunned there, you get hit by a point blank Q, and there's nothing you can do.
Wow, there's a lot that just happened. That's so much the process. Wow.
Yeah, absolutely insane. Things going on this side of the map, that side of the map.
No, it's just there's constantly something going on. I love it. I love it. I love how there's just constantly just drama going on.
Drama. That's a great way to put it. A fight going to be taken out here. Echo going in on that Nico, but she's just going to be able to walk away. Maybe setting up for a Baron fight here. I think we'll see a 5v5 here. Caitlyn ult going on to the Echo, trying to get some damage off, but he's going to defensively W to make sure he gets that shield and they can't chase him for the threat of stun.
Those jukes by Echo was great. I don't know. I find it so funny when I see them like throwing every single ability and then you just juke all of it, and then they get like upset. It's just funny.
That's always the best. Dodging is,
I know.
you know, what makes a good player good.
I know. It's so funny.
We're still going to see some Baron set up, but nothing really done yet. They might be shying away from it because the team that starts Baron is going to have a big disadvantage. They're going to have to tank the damage. But Kane's going to be maybe caught out here. The W coming in from Echo. His team's going to go all in there. Nico ult coming out, but it's still going to be a 2 for nothing. Caught out there, and that's going to be a very probable Baron here. A very, you know, advantaged Baron on the side of Barnegat. Wukong's going to try and harass them from the side, make it a little harder. Maybe make them back off so that at least they can't get it. But it's going to be very hard here. Caitlyn and Twisted Fate on the other side just trying to poke them down. They don't really have a front line until this Wukong comes in. Barnegat just trying to get in that damage on Baron. Get that through. No jungler on the side of Cherry Hill is going to make sure that the Baron goes through to Barnegat. That's a big lead right there. What does that do? Wow. With that Baron buff, they're going to quickly go back to base, gather their resources, spend their gold, and then I think we're going to see them push down these waves, try and get some towers here.
Really seems Cherry Hill definitely going for objectives. It's not really something that we've seen them doing as much. It feels like they've been a little bit behind on objectives, so at least they're like attempting. It definitely seems
Echo going in, the steal there with the ultimate. He's going to be able to get out safely. No kills being traded there, just the dragon going down. That is devastating for Cherry Hill there. Their one shot there was to try and deny that soul point, you know, after that Baron fight. The entire Barnegat team backed, but it was a little too late, and they weren't able to secure it correctly. Akshan able to pick it up. Very well played by Barnegat there for the steal. Wukong's going to be 1v1ing this Volibear, trying to get some more of a lead, but the Pantheon's going to come in and make sure that it's not a fair fight. Like to be able to get out, but the Flash W coming in from the Pantheon, the Flash coming out from Wukong to try and escape, swings in and make sure that nothing funny is happening. You are going down to Wukong.
the synergy on Barnegat is just immaculate. You know, there's one person going in, and there's a second, and then there's a third, there's the fourth coming up, and it makes it a 4v1, and it's just like, it just feels like Barnegat just knows exactly what to do when.
Yeah.
You know, it's been a little rocky earlier. You know, Cherry Hill's kind of making moves to come back this game, but like, you know, like Barnegat finding their way back. It's
Yeah, I mean, this has been another fun game to watch. I mean, we've seen their team play through Barnegat. Their team fights and their ability to be there for those objectives as a team has been very good here, and has been instrumental into them winning this game, most likely. I mean, it's very possible for Cherry Hill to come back. I don't want to say win.
Yeah,
they're in a very advantaged spot here.
I think they're definitely in a better spot than they were last game. So I think it's definitely possible for Cherry Hill to, you know, like win against it. Definitely.
one good team fight could end the
Oh, yeah,
game.
definitely.
Elder Dragon here might be the deciding factor if it gets there. Elder Dragon, when it spawns, is going to be the priority on the map. If you don't get Elder Dragon, you will lose the game if the other team does. So I anticipate a big
Maybe.
fight there.
Maybe. It's possible to still win without the Elder, but it's definitely
a lot.
you're gonna definitely have to like do what you can to like defend as much as you possibly can
Yeah, I mean,
at that point in the game.
when Barnegat is already, like, you know, what, 5K gold ahead?
Right.
Something like that. It's going to make their job a lot easier when they have
Oh, yeah.
25% less health to destroy for Cherry Hill. For those who don't know, Elder Dragon, it gives a temporary buff. I'm not sure how long, but it's a sizable time where enemies get executed at 25% health. So if you get them to 25% health, that's all the damage you need to do. They will die. They will get executed. And there's nothing they can do about that. So it's just going to make you have to do less damage to them. And that's going to really help to make sure that you don't throw this lead if you're Barnegat. They're playing super aggressive here, setting up for the Elder extremely early, making sure that they have complete control of the blue side for, you know, Cherry Hill here.
Wukong's gonna be split pushing while he's gonna make his way back up, try to, you know, just defend a little bit. Since Wukong's gonna back up a little bit, possible Caitlyn, Nico mid.
You know, I think if you're Cherry Hill here, you need to play around this Wukong. The only positive person on the team, everyone else even or negative, you're going to need to make sure that this Wukong can get all the value that, you know, the character provides. And maybe carry the game. Those ultimates are going to be instrumental. But just a simple, you know, empowered auto Q combo from Twisted Fate is going to destroy half of Ezreal's health there, which is going to be really interesting to see because we know this Ezreal, while he does a lot of damage, is not going to be able to survive if he gets CC'd down. It's going to be making it very difficult. Fight maybe about to break out here in mid, as I see both teams kind of congregating, ready for this Elder Dragon. I do believe that's kind of make or break for this game. If, you know, the next objective can be taken by Cherry Hill, they have a vision or a way, a path back into the game. You know, it's not completely over.
Right.
But if it goes over to the side of Barnegat, I think it's nigh impossible for them to, you know, come through and win the game,
Yeah.
no matter how much gumption.
It's definitely gonna do. I don't know how to. It's gonna do a lot for both teams, whether who gets the Elder Dragon. But for Barnegat, it's gonna be like ending games back. But for Cherry Hill, it's gonna give them a better lead into like getting back into the game, as you were saying. So it's like both teams want it for different reasons, you know?
Yes. And we're going to see kind of an ambush being set up by Barnegat here. They're going to try and catch out this Caitlyn, and they're going to successfully do it, instantly chunk down even with a flash. So now it's going to be a much easier time for this objective here. Very scary for Cherry Hill. Well done by Barnegat, finding that Caitlyn out in the open and catching her before she could get away.
Yeah. Echo's destroying.
The Baron is up, I want to point out, but neither team seems like they're very interested in it because it's much less important than this Elder Drake. You know, people often underestimate how important Elder Drake is, and I think it is the most important, you know, objective in the game. Because 25% health is a lot, especially for those Wukongs, those red Canes. They're going to have a lot of health that you need to destroy. You know, so them getting Elder Drake would make it a lot easier. Kane's going to start the Baron here, though. Maybe flip for something, but it's going to take a lot of damage. You have to heal through that wall. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do it in time, but I think they're giving up the Elder Drake for the Baron. Interesting play here.
I mean,
See how it goes.
what they're trying to do is they're trying to make it as equal as possible. Like, that's something important that you need to take note of in, like, a game like League. If you see someone, like, if you see them, like, team fighting and you see someone else split pushing, like, you go to whatever makes it or something. Like,
As they're all coming through, and the Pantheon going to go on into Cherry Hill. A lot of damage being done. The Nico's going to be taken down, but so is the Pantheon. Everyone else is coming in to clean up that Caitlyn as well. The chase being put on by Barnegat here. Echo just running running down, trying to find this kill onto the Kane, I believe, but not going to be able to find it. It's gonna take away 2 Baron buffs from the side of Cherry Hill, which is going to be devastating. You need those. You need to be able to split push down multiple lanes, because if you group up as a 5v5 fight, you will lose to the Elder Drake ahead team. In general, I believe you will lose to the ahead team, but the Elder Drake does not make it easier. Wukong engaging here, looking for an ult. It's going to be able to lock down that Echo. Twisted Fate going to pick up the kill. Kane going in onto that Ezreal, going to pick up that kill as well. Getting the Akshon too, an absolutely amazing team fight by Cherry Hill here. They're going to be able to find a path maybe almost back in. If they can push some minions down mid and get a turret, maybe 2, it's going to help their chances a lot from getting back into this game.
Yeah, totally. Like, that team fight was really good for Cherry Hill. That definitely brought a little bit more spotlight back into what they're looking for. They're going in on Barney. So, like, it definitely put them at a better advantage. So they're doing really good right now for themselves. They brought themselves back a lot compared to last game.
Yeah, 2 turrets going to be going down, maybe an inhibitor. Yes, an inhibitor as well for Cherry Hill. It's going to bring the game into a much closer position. Absolutely amazing job bringing it back with a 1-team fight for Cherry Hill here. It's still going to be difficult, but not as difficult. They can show they can get those picks. They can win those team fights.
Right.
If they get another couple of those, they're back in. They could win the game very, very likely.
They just keep doing what they're doing.
Yeah, they're going to look for more of those picks. If you're Barnegat there, you're very, very confident in your ability to win fights. You're 1 ahead, and 2, you have Elder Dragon, and that confidence can sometimes be the downfall of a team.
That's true.
You need to make sure you temper yourself. Don't get too
Don't
greedy.
underestimate.
Yeah, exactly.
Never underestimate.
Anything can happen.
Yeah, I think Barnegat kind of just needs to kind of reevaluate, trying to figure out what at this point will work best for them. Just kind of think as a team, what do you want to do? What's going to be best for the team? What's the best call?
Yeah, we're going to see Barnegat pushing the spot lane to try and get that tier 2 tower, the only tier 2 remaining on Cherry Hill's side. It gives a lot of call, and it's going to give them a lot more pressure on the map. It's going to just be instrumental here. You don't want those tier 2 towers up, because it opens up the jungle entrances, which makes it a lot harder for Cherry Hill to walk in there if they don't have a tower, which is just going to make the life of Barney a lot easier to be able to contest less often. Yeah. A lot of farming going on here, trying to get your resources up. So the fight's gonna maybe break out here. Kane just getting a little damage off before retreating, making sure he stays safe. Team's really grouping around this Baron here. Baron and Elder both spawning around the same time, I believe. So we'll see what objective is gone for here, and if Cherry Hill will contest this objective that Barnegat goes for, because every objective so far they have not contested. So if they see Barnegat's going for Elder Drake, they go for Baron. If they see Barnegat's going for, third dragon in the game, which happened earlier, they just, made a play top. They didn't want to fight for these objectives. So I'm interested to see if that'll change or if they'll keep going with the method that they have been using.
Right, yeah. Right now, it's like really tense. It's probably the tensest we've seen it so far. It's just both teams don't want to make a mistake that could pause the entire.
Yeah.
That could happen. It's at that point where you just overtake them once and it's just game over. So it's definitely really tense right now. But at the same time, you don't want to be overly confident. Sometimes you lose.
Let's say that we're seeing Barnegat get set up in the river here first, which is a big advantage for a Drake fight. You want to have that river control because it's a lot harder for Cherry Hill to get into those tiny corridors and get out of them. You can just get funneled in, which makes, AoE abilities hit more people. When it's out in the open, like a river, you can dodge more and stuff like that. It's very helpful to have that river control, but it seems like they almost gave it up. Cherry Hill here.
Almost.
Now the team really caring too much about staking their claim in that river. They don't want to be caught out. you want to try and catch the other team out here, get that pick. Both teams, I'm sure, very tense, looking for just one mistake to be made from the enemy. A lot less proactiveness, I believe. It seems, as you see often in situations like these.
Seems like Cherry Hill wants to fight.
House with Lulu on the Twisted Fate picking up that option on mid. Unfortunately, we did not get to see it due to technical difficulties, I believe, but it happened and it was very quick. I believe caught out. Now, Cherry Hill's going to be able to get that Elder Drake mostly uncontested. I see Echo over there, maybe going for the steal, but the Twisted Fate's getting out of there, defending top lane, making sure that they can't get a counterplay in here. Echo looking for a steal, popping that W, and maybe going to go for an E smite. Twisted Fate going down. Barnegat picking up the steal, fighting it out. It's going to be a 2 for 3 here, and more fighting going on. Echo trying to survive. Zoni's in for the shield and the stun, trying to get out. He's going to throw every ability, but it's going to get cleaned up here.
And
Volibear got the inhibitor top lane.
he was able to get the turret and inhibitor. What is crazy is the fact it's a 1v3 in River. One of them did not back in order to go try to help face, which is, they probably should have done that. Volley was able to get the inhibitor because of that.
Actually, the Twisted Fate did go back to...
But he was there from the beginning, but he killed them, but Volibear already killed Twisted Fate, and there was 3 just trying to kill whoever it was. I think it was Echo.
Yeah.
Echo. And one of them could have backed to try to at least try to save the inhibitor, but all 3 of them stayed just to kill the Echo. So I don't know, it just felt kind of like a waste, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, from my viewpoint, I think it was a little late. When there's no tower, it's very hard to defend the
At the same
inhibitor.
time,
Especially with a 10-second recall, you know, you don't have Baron buff. Maybe if you had Baron buff and have a 3-second recall, but I mean,
it's not hard to try to
choice
save.
of the person.
It's hard to
Twisted
try.
Fate's gonna teleport bot, look for an Akshan pick there, but he's just gonna get out. And now the Baron's gonna be trying. Like, a Baron fight's gonna pop out here. It's being started by Cherry Hill here. They're just gonna tank some damage, and now Barnegat's gonna come in. Volibear frontlining, the Ezreal coming in. Nico trying to get that hold off by getting picked off in the meantime. Wukong trying to make space with the ult, but not able to do much. The team's already dead. It's not looking good here for Cherry Hill. Barnegat has Baron, the Cherry Hill did pick up
Yes.
Baron at least, so if Barnegat got Baron buff, that was guaranteed game. I still
That
think
would
it's
have been-
very likely to be game.
Yeah.
But there is some hope here for Cherry Hill. I mean, we'll see what will happen.
I mean, like, Cherry Hill played that to the best they could. It's just Barnegat played it better.
Yeah, you'll see that Ezreal was able to hit multiple people. They were able to get that Nico dead immediately, not let her pop her hole. The Wukong Barnegat, and they're gonna take on the champion.
The 2020 GSE States winners, and it's been a pleasure casting for this.
What an insane game. I mean, there was a lot of action back and forth, especially in the middle of the game when it was a top fight happening, bot fight happening, kills being traded here and there. There were some intense objective fights. It was a lot of fun to watch. Both teams played
The
very well.
damage was crazy. Like just overall how both teams played, it was just phenomenal. So I just want to say congratulations to Barnegat and Cherry Hill. Please don't be upset. You did so well. Cherry Hill made an amazing fight. Second game, they definitely made a comeback. They were doing the best they could for themselves, and just overall, yeah. So just congrats, Barnegat. It's been amazing.
Okay. Welcome, guys. So this is Barnegat, state finalist, the winners of
Yeah.
League of Legends. All right. So overall, how was your guys' experience, like just throughout the whole season, like playing together?
There's definitely just like a friendship factor. Like we all like, even at night we would play. Justin plays until like 2 a.m.
Keep it at your mouth.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, Jason also plays until 4 a.m. Renzo might play until 4. Okay, we all just kind of know life the game, so
Okay.
it feels kind of good to have this. Yeah.
Right. So, like, was there like any strategy involved? Like, did you guys practice any strategies, or like, were you guys like thinking about comps when you were picking? Like, how did it work?
No comment.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but seriously though, it's mainly just like play for comfort. We kind of just we play these picks in solo queue and stuff like that. So like,
Right.
we just kind of practice them. And yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I played against you guys for MCTS once.
Yeah.
And I got completely demolished by the bot lane. So I don't know. All you guys did really good though. So
Yeah.
congrats for that. Just
Thank
overall, how has esports impacted you? Like how?
Does anyone else want to take the mic for this one? Okay.
What does it mean to you?
What does it mean to me? I don't know. It's like a big part of like my life. I had to do this for 3 days a week. I had to stay until 5. Anyway, yeah, it's just like it's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Totally understandable.
Yeah.
Just overall, it's been so nice casting for you guys. I've watched you guys. I paid attention to you guys specifically. You guys have done so well. You guys are completely undefeated. So congrats to that. Just in general, just congrats on your win, and hopefully I see you guys sometime else. All right?
Yeah.
All right.
we've got Dylan from Madawan. Malati from Burnett. Melody from Burnett. Please stand to my right. Oh, this. Okay, we don't get that. Melody. Melody from Burnett. Arush from Island. Andre from Kawamia. Kieran from Hoboken. And Daniel from the center school. Here are your middle school Garden State Eastward All-Stars. Thank you. Looking forward to seeing what you do in high school. That is your All-Stars for the fall season. Thank you all.
Let's go out of the dark. Lost in sound, sound into the light now. Lost in sound, sound into the light now. Lost in sound, sound into the light now. Into the lost in sound, sound into the light now. Into
like this. Feel like you shook her, she virgin, I took her. She said we should hook up with boyfriend and booger. Don't know me, then look her. I be in the clouds. Pool full of Henny, I drink and I drown. Daytime better come correct. Ain't playing at your best, then you will get left. If it don't involve money, then I don't accept. If it don't involve money, then I don't accept. Something like this. Daytime better come correct. Ain't playing at your best, then you will get left. If it don't involve money, then I don't accept. If it don't involve money, then I don't accept. It's all about humanity. About humanity. about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity.
starters. One out of a million will reach those heights. Always had a feeling that I won't deny. Not work, never could toss. Look in my eyes, I'm on the rocks. Rise. Rise, part of my size, trying to make sense of it all comprise. Yeah, highs, been in these skies. Never stuck down, feeling paralyzed, but I'm up now. We all too late to fall. Yeah, anyone coming, I'ma lift them all. Never look down when this risk involved. They got guts, gotta learn, I gotta risk it all. Ain't got no feelings, we just floating. Yeah, I'm that grain of sand that made it out the ocean. A couple milli now, I'm causing a commotion. I've been coasting, hear my name around the world like an explosion.
So rise up, rise up. We are the apocalypse, and a pill that keeps us floating. As we fly above the stars, the hype won't scare us falling. So rise up. Fly too great to be landed. Rise up. Way too great to be standing.
They never gonna stop us, fly by them like choppers. Better took those risks, hold one of my fists, we fire starters. Let's go. One out of a million will reach those heights. Always had a feeling that I won't deny. Not work, never could toss. Look in my eyes, I'm on the rocks. Rise.
make you nervous. A tragedy, I'm a beautiful disaster. A reckoning, you wonder how I got this way. You think I'm someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh. You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face. Got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you'll break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came. I stopped asking for forgiveness, cause you should know only fools tread where the angels fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone. So save your judgment cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. Oh, they say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. But they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to a flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You'll break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came. You make me move, you make me dance, you make my heart beat super fast. You lift me up, you make me laugh. Baby, you're the best I ever had. You're the best I ever had. You're the best I ever had. Best I ever had. You're the best I ever had. Best I ever had. You're the best I ever had. You make my heart beat super fast. Super fast. Super fast.
You make my heart beat super fast.
What does love feel like? What does love feel like? You're the best I ever had. You're the best I ever had. Best I ever had. You're the best I ever had. Best I ever had. You're the best I ever had. You make my heart beat super fast.
You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat super fast. You make my heart beat super fast.
That was Rocket League! We are already heading into a double feature of Group 3-4 games right now for Rocket League. It's going to be an insane display. Just like the insane display that's already started, we got to go into the game, so stop looking at our faces and start looking at the video game.
We like video games.
We do like video games, and now we get to watch one almost in for a goal. If you don't know, this is going to be the Seneca Golden Eagles versus the Scotch Plains Raiders.
The Scotch Plains Raiders here are blue, and the Seneca Golden Eagles are orange. Kind of matches up a little bit with
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
No? All right.
Yeah, what's particular? Oh wait, hold on. Immediately, Potato finds the goal immediately right off the bat.
Okay.
And you can hear Potato screaming pretty loudly as well.
They're hyped. They're ready. They're ready to win.
Hey, I mean, you go into the first game, you score a goal in the first minute, you feel pretty good about that.
Already off over into the corner pocket on the Raiders' side. Looks like the Golden Eagles are not exactly happy about that first goal there. So they're looking for blood or oil.
I suppose so, and it's also important to remember too, earlier in the day we were watching Group 1-2 semis. These are the Group 3-4s. These are a tier above, so we're going to see a lot more aggressive play, a lot more careful play in some places too. So all this stuff be finely tuned, you know, like a car at a certain point.
I hate to be like that guy, but
Please do.
It's based on school size.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's the same
Hey,
level, but
well, you
it's
know,
based on school size.
Finely tuned.
Yes.
Regardless of any of that, we are going to keep things going here. And already we're seeing some pretty decent defensive play, keeping the ball towards the center of the map. I always try to look to see which side has an onside percentage of a greater side, like we talked about in Group 1 and 2, where we saw the ball very firmly on one side of the pitch.
Yes.
Here, though, it's pretty evenly traded. Look at the goal from downtown that goes off the top. Here comes a very good stop from AJ. Wow, tying it up.
Look at this. You see it gets set up by Will Butter over there as it bounces up towards the air. Famous AJ coming in for the down hit.
That is
clean
clean.
right into the goal. That was really good, actually.
Yeah.
Taking advantage of the Raiders kind of scrambling for defense.
We've seen Famous AJ a few times so far too. Like, this isn't their first rodeo here at GSE, so they've been on the final stage before, the semifinal stage before, excuse me.
Yeah.
And so as a result of that, we know they're already a really strong striker, and they're going to look to carry the rest of their team to keep things going here for the Golden Eagles.
Right. They're pushing up the field up into this the Raiders side. Actually, they almost bounces it off the top of one of the Raiders?
Yeah, it bounces off the hood, it looks like. There's Potato, you can see, coming in, trying to be the blocker, but then just at the end of it, does manage to get the angle to hit the ball, just can't change the direction in time, so almost banked it off the top, just wasn't fast enough.
Yes.
But
A little bit of wrong angle there.
Yeah. I will say all these jump balls that we've kind of seen so far have been pretty even, where they're not going towards one side or the other. They're usually just shooting off to the side and staying on the center of the pitch. Ooh, Gordon. I love Gordon.
He gorked it.
He gorked it real good right there.
Shoots it right along the side of the goal.
Yeah. Oh, Potato having a nice attempt at a block, but again, Thieves actually goes for the final hit there, so already 3-1. I gotta tell you, one of my favorite things about any kind of esport or just game in general are the screen names. Because the thing that I look for is that this is the thing that players want to be shouted at. They want to be screamed to get my attention. Hey there, let's make sure Butter Thieves, we gotta try to make sure we can defend this.
Exactly.
It's always such a crazy thing. And Gorf, of course, just a fun
It
name.
really does show a lot of the character of the players that own those names. It just kind of shows you maybe their interests or just kind of how they are. Or Dwarf, really.
Yeah, and honestly, that's a good thing to know about a player. To get back onto to get back onto the stage, though, right now, things are looking pretty even despite the scoreline right here. Both teams are trying to do everything they can, but the Golden Eagles trying to see if they can stall out the clock with that 2.
It's like the Golden Eagles are struggling to actually get out of their half of the field as the Raiders just keep diving in and keeping it in play. They are able to finally break through the defense.
Oh. Sorry, I know there's a setup, but whenever I see a potential for an own goal, I get very, very scared. But I will say very quickly, though, too, this is really what Seneca Golden Eagles needs to do right now, right? They're up by 2 points. Like I said in the earlier finals, you don't need to win by a lot. You just need to win by 1. So just keeping the ball out of the hands of Scotch Plains means that they are able to just maintain this lead right now.
I think we may still have the 3-minute delay on from League of Legends.
No, that is
No?
built in, I believe,
Okay.
from the. That's built into the league client specifically, so we don't have a 3-minute delay here.
Oh, yeah, right.
Remember, we're hearing 2 games right now, so if there's screaming that doesn't quite make sense, the other semifinals is happening behind us. We're looking forward to Carter gets a nice angle in.
Totally.
Look off the sides right there. Famous AJ dribbles it up. Gorf sets it up more to Will Better just to smack it down. A clean 1, 2, 3.
That was a really good setup from one player to the next.
Yeah.
Just setting up for each other perfectly.
Yeah, it was Will Butter's credit, but every single player was able to participate in that goal on the side of the Golden Eagles.
Ooh, nice defense by Butter there.
Yeah.
Not letting Scotchfield even score one more goal. Only got 30 seconds left here, and the Golden Eagles are keeping it firmly on the Raiders' side. Almost scoring there, but it just bounced out.
Oh, Gorf trying to save it at the last second, but is going to be moved out of the way by Feed.
Gorf's gorfing it up.
Yeah, he's gorfing it up real good. Sorry, I've used that joke like 3 times, but Gorf is just really fun to say, so I can't help myself. Across the side, wow, hits it off the top to get it to 1-5 with 10 seconds remaining. Look at this from across the pitch.
Will coming in from the middle of the field, bouncing it off the top post of the goal and right in, basically passing it to himself.
Yeah, I was gonna say I thought that was Will Butters, but really it was just like them passing it to themselves, which is always insane when you use the boost like that.
Yeah.
Will Butters get one more. David's doing what they can. They have a save, they get it off the side. A clean 6-point in this first game. That looks like it's going to be all that she wrote for game number 1 of this 5-game series.
Very well could be. Well, most likely is. Unless some absolutely insane Rocket League stuff happens.
I mean, I don't care how insane your Rocket League are. You're going to kick that ball, it's going to go in the air, and then, quite frankly, it's going to hit the ground just about now. Oh my goodness, you almost proved me wrong if that goal went through, but nope, it's going to be the lead for Seneca.
Now Seneca wins the first round. They still need to win 2 more rounds here because as this is best 3 of 5.
Yeah.
So Seneca, it's not over yet for the Scotchfield Raiders, but it's definitely not a very promising start to say.
GG's still coming through in the chat, trying to make sure that we are ready to go into the next game. But I gotta say, all these games are about momentum, right? It's the thing you hear us talking about time and time again whenever we go through a Rocket League lobby. And with momentum, there are points where you have to shift the things around a little bit. We talk about that jump ball being an excellent reset point for players to try to reset things after a score. Going through from one game to another is that same thing. You can reset your mental, talk with your teams a little bit, talk with your coach, try to figure out the little things you need to adjust here, there, everywhere in order to either continue a lead or come your way back in. So we'll have to see exactly which way it's going to go as we get to our next game of the day.
Already overall onto the Golden Eagles side, looks like the Raiders are now fired up, not wanting to go without a fight. Golden Eagles are able to break through that offensive and start setting up, and keeping it in play too. Even they're now setting up for no one was there to finish up that goal. It's now back over onto the Golden Eagles side.
Yeah.
Raiders really
They're playing good defense though, because it keeps coming close to the Seneca goal. However, they just always have one player hanging back a little bit just in case. They don't want to let up any easy shots that the Scotch Plains Raiders can try to go for.
Ooh, look at this. Raiders just keeping on the Golden Eagles side. They're really just not letting them leave.
Yeah, early on in this fight, we did see a lot from Seneca. They were able to control it. Look at that dribble down the pitch. Will Butter gets a nice goal.
Wow, actually.
Like, see this, watch that, pops it up.
Boosting through the air, it will just flick it over and in.
Yeah,
That's them.
I love watching players dribble the ball like that through the air. Like, it's not the highest skill expression that you kind of need. It's relatively simple to do once you get the hang of it. However, you can do so much of it, and the skill ceiling is super high with what you can do.
I call it a Rocket League moment whenever they just started like kind of floating through the air like that. You're like, lost.
Oh, wait, sorry, it's a really clean goal from Gorf off to the side. Bank off that side panel. Look at this right here.
comes right around the side. Oh, someone hits it over into that side goal post, allowing Gorf to take advantage and score.
Yeah, I gotta say, that was absolutely insane to see. We saw 2 failed goals right there, but Gorf was able to pick it up at the end of the day. Look at that quick little flick right there, taking it back into the Scotch Plains Raiders side. However, again, like we were talking about, despite the fact that Scotch Plains done a good job getting it towards the Seneca goal, they haven't quite been able to get the goals too often here just because of that Seneca defense.
Right. These Seneca players are really good at defense.
Oh, wait, we're gonna see it again. That's a clean dribble from Will Butter.
Golden Eagles really have to work for their goals here.
Yeah.
Going up after the ball is popped up, he hits it off the side and again, like slips it right in, with like between the wall and him.
Yeah, I mean, this is just becoming a Will Butter special, right? Like, this is the second or third time across the series so far that we've seen them either dribble through midair, bank something off the top of the goal to try to finalize that point, and it is just impressive every single time I see it.
They're running back up the side of the Golden Eagles forward. They've already gotten back out onto the Raiders side. They're hammering them right now. I was thinking even in his corner pocket. Whoa! Look at the angle on that.
Yeah, that was very close to banking. I can't wait to see the replay to see exactly where it landed.
It's off the side of the wall, and he barely right at that low angle. Lightning McQueen soon.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking at the ads for Lightning McQueen, and I got all my wow. You know, I'm Owen Wilson. Wow, I'm here playing Rocket League. Wow. I'm so sorry. I've been holding that in my pocket for the past let's say all day, and I've been wanting to throw that out here somewhere. But we got to talk a little bit more about the action happening with the cars on the field as opposed to in the theater. But here, there, Will Butter tries to set it up one more time for that Will Butter special, but Ace of Thieves is able to clean things up and get things back into the defense for a potential reset.
He still got it in play though, keeping it in and around that goal area, allowing Gorf to finish up his score.
Yeah, Gorf gets a really good lineup here. See that? That's beautiful.
Wow. It's now 5-0 at only halfway through the game here. They've already scored 5 points.
Yeah, but remember, they scored 5 points at the halfway mark, like just 1 second under a half. That means it's still possible that we can see the Scotch Plains Raiders, as we see David set up now, score an equal number of points in the remaining half. This is what I love about Rocket League. Despite the scoreline right now, it still can swing either way.
He heard me insinuating smack and
yeah, exactly. Like,
I want to prove me wrong.
The commentators are smacking us down. We're going to smack right back at the goal.
This could be the start of... wait.
Yeah, I heard you about to cast a curse, but you were able to save yourself. I would say that was, again, a very clean goal from David. I want to see them replicate it a few more times. And they are going to need it, right? Like, they still have a bit of wiggle room if they lose this. They have one more game, but then it's going to require a reverse sweep instead of having any kind of cushion to keep things going. So if Scotch Plains are going to be going on, they need to start turning on. They need to find these openings that so far the Seneca Golden Eagles have not been able to provide them with. Oh, speaking of which, that is an open goal. But banked off the top. Let's see if that's going to be a goal from Gorf. They do find it at the end.
Wow. AJ dribbling up through the air, hitting it off the top of that goalpost, as we saw. And Gorf coming in to redirect it past the Scotch Plains players and right into the goal.
Yeah, I will say we've seen some high-scoring games in the past, but again, these teams are so finely tuned. They're good at finding these ins, these outs. They know how to navigate with this ball. And so far, again, the Seneca Golden Eagles have been doing a fantastic job just figuring out so far.
They're trying to get it off their side of the goal here, but Seneca trying to intercept them, but their advance gets stopped. They're keeping it away from their goal here, and are quickly advancing up into the Golden Eagles side of the field. They're not going to be battling it out in his pocket.
Oh, that looks like close.
Missed it.
They are doing a good job of keeping it on the Golden Eagles side of the pitch, so we could see a score. However, that's a pretty clean shot that gets intercepted, so that we will see another reset coming in here.
Oh, right over that Raider there. The Golden Eagles are still keeping it in play. There's only 1 minute left, and they're just trying to make things happen here.
Yeah, you really have to respect the verticality in Rocket League, right? Just because there's so much space that you can play in, and you can do some pretty crazy plays with that run up here, there, everywhere at the end of the day. Again, 40 seconds left, still favoring the Seneca Golden Eagles. Again, we have seen some pretty crazy things, but with the clock ticking, so do the chances for the Raiders in game 2.
I've seen crazier.
I've seen crazier too. But we are, again, it's going to be tricky, because right now the only thing the Golden Eagles have to do is stall. I will say too, we do see a demo. We haven't seen that many at all this series so far. I think game 1 maybe had like 1. This one only had 2. So these players are just trying to play a good, clean fight.
Doesn't seem like either team is specifically going for demos here. Maybe they don't think it's that worth it to waste all that boost in order to just get rid of one player for 3 seconds.
Yeah, that is a fair point. Ace of Thieves tried getting one more goal at the end, but wasn't quite able to because of the Seneca defense there. That's going to be game 2 of 5 and potentially checkpoint.
Seneca, it is match point currently for Seneca here. The Raiders are seriously going to have to pick up their game in order to advance through the round.
So what you're telling me is that there's a chance, though, right? We can see the reverse sweep.
I'm telling you there's a chance.
Yes, and that's exactly what I want to hear. Again, these are reset points here. Scotch Plains does need to play 3 very strong games of Rocket League, but that's still in their potential wheelhouse. They have made it to the semifinals here for a reason, and they can still find ways to turn things around completely.
Well, one thing I've learned while casting for Rocket League is that you never count anyone out.
Yes.
No matter who they are, they can always bring it back no matter what.
Ace of Thieves tries goes in, but famous AJ has a phenomenal block right here. Again, we see that early offense coming in from the Scotch Plain Raiders. They want to try to see if they can make a statement early on and then just play defense as opposed to just trying to do this weird offense force that they've been having to the past 2 games. They're making a good move up the pitch. Will Butter trying to get a nice turnaround here, dribble across the court. Look at them go through that nether. It looks like there's no one there. Yes, it's going to be off the top. To block it at the last second there. There's a great bit of defense. Will Butter comes in to try to set it up, but now it's too far away for it to count.
That Golden Eagle was drilling away towards the goal. He gets intercepted, smacked off to the side, but one of his teammates tried to finish it up, but they just couldn't. It's now back over onto, was over on Raiders' side. They've got it back over to the Golden Eagles side. Golden Eagles already pushing back up towards the goal.
What? Yeah, see that bounced off the top towards the bottom and just went in, but again, it is so hard for anyone to even swill better when they're dribbling like this, just because of that contention. Look at that.
Right past that Raider, and it like hit the top of the goal and then bounced. It looked like it bounced out for a second, but it went in.
It just went straight down.
Okay.
Physics engines are weird, man.
Physics schmizics.
Yeah, I mean, we're watching flying cars right now. I think physics schmizics is a very fair thing to say.
The Golden Eagles have kind of forced Seneca to play this weird offensive style where they just keep having to try and break out of their own side of the goal, own side of the field rather, and they have to leave their goal open just in order to get out.
Yeah, but also I feel like that's where Will Butters wants to be, right?
Exactly.
They've been finding all these great angles from downtown. Thieves tries to go for that shot with Potato, but isn't quite able to lock it up. Will Butters now has control of this ball. Tries to see if they can set up Gore, who is just not going to be there in time. David is going to try to take some possession of his own, try to find a goal to tie things up with Will Butters is there with the interception. David off and Potato doing what they can to try to protect while Ace of Thieves is playing goalie. So far, things are staying here at 0-1, but there is still plenty of Rocket League left to play. Just 1 point will tie it up. One in the other direction from Will Butter will make it 0-2.
Wow. AJ hits it off the side of the goal right over into Will Butter, and he's able to finish up that goal. And you can kind of see what I was talking about there. Because of the just aggression coming from the Golden Eagles, the Raiders had to really scramble to get out and then scramble to get back and defend. So they were all off center and just like kind of on the back foot trying to defend, and the Golden Eagles really took advantage of that.
I still like the plays that we're seeing on a micro level from the Raiders though, right? I feel like a lot of them are doing things right. There's just these weird points where they're having trouble getting in and intercepting the ball from Will Powers, like getting that defense, Will Butters, where they're able to get this really clean block here and they just can't get it through at the end of the day. Potato and Thieves trying to move things up. Potato actually has good angle. Famous AJ is able to block it immediately with, oh no, Famous AJ now trying to even set the ball up themselves. Potato tries to block, not going to be enough. Gorf comes in to come down, but unfortunately isn't going to come through. Will tries to make it again from downtown, but ain't quite able to get that angle.
Famous AJ setting up for Gorf. He takes a shot and misses, but then Will comes flying in to try and finish it up too. You saw all three players just not quite make it.
Yeah, David did what they could to try to get a 1 point in the Raiders column, but wasn't quite able to find it here. Now we're going to have to see if Potato is going to be able to do the same thing, but no, Will Better is able to intercept here. Ace of Thieves even gets down and score on top of that.
Just cannot catch a break, intercepting them as soon as they're trying to get out of their side of the field. Willpower is rocketing up the side of the field towards their goal. Demos one of them and allows Gorf to score a nice clean goal.
Again, some very impressive plays that are coming in here. Some of the Seneca Golden Eagles. It's very hard.
On display.
Yeah, it's the teamwork, it's the offense. Honestly, this is insane. And also the individual play, too, from Will Butters and Gorf, too. Like, you could see them all setting each other up, but Will Butters has these phenomenal down-the-course plays. And look at Gorf right here.
Right there. I think that might have been Famous AJ who bumps one of... it was Will. One of the Golden Eagles players bumps the one Raiders player out the way, allowing Gorf to go on the side of the field, like, uninterrupted. They just know what each other is doing. They know how to set each other up, and they know how to support each other.
Yeah, it is still looking incredibly clean so far right now for the Seneca Golden Eagles, but with 1 minute left, and with the potential again of scoring a point every 7 seconds, it is still in range potentially, but at this point, it is much easier for Golden Eagles to stall than it is for the Raiders in order to score points, although it seems like they haven't. No, I thought they had a pretty clear angle there, but once again, everywhere I look, there is a Golden Eagle doing what they can to try to block things and even pad out the scoreline themselves on the Raiders side of the field.
So wait, you're telling me we've had the Falcons, the Hawks, and the Eagles?
And some Raiders, too.
And Raiders. Can we have a bird off?
Bird up.
Bird off.
We'll bird up. Oh, wait, sorry. It's going to get the score right there. David does a phenomenal work getting it down the pitch here. They are going to block the clean sweep. We need to see quick plays, instant section, time and time again from the Raiders if they want to stay in this and take the dreams alive.
This could just well be the momentum we've been waiting for.
We'll have to see, though. Thieves is able to find the ball immediately, followed up by David. It seems like they might be able to try to go for a shot here unless Butter does exactly what Butter does and move it down the pitch. Again, they just need to play defense. They don't need to go for these goals, but they still do to make these efforts. David gets a clean shot, but Famous AJ has even been waiting in the wings now. They pulled AJ just to purely play defense here in order to fully block some of these points until, of course, it's time to shine and AJ tries to move through, set folks up, get things going.
He's sliding up the side of the field. He gets intercepted again by Golden Eagle. Will Butter coming up for AJ.
Ooh, clean.
He shoots it. He gets blocked at the last second by Ace. It's now 1 second left.
Yeah, I did love that play from Ace of Thieves right there. It's a score right there, but it is not going to be enough. With 2 to 4, with the clock at 0, the second we get back to the scrum ball, I think that's just going to be all she wrote.
No, exactly. Oh, yeah.
There you go. So that means that in your first semifinal that we watched today, that's the Seneca Golden Eagles in a clean sweep, 3-0.
Golden Eagles were just so incredibly fast.
Yeah, that was, again, incredibly clean matches from, again, a lot of these players. But again, you look at the individual plays that came through each of the Seneca members. Will Butter
something like this. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity.
fists we fire starters. One out of a million will reach those heights. Always had a feeling that I won't deny that work. Never could toss. Look in my eyes, I'm on the rocks, guys. Rise, cutting my size, trying to make sense of it all comprised. Yeah, highs, spinning these skies. Never stuck down, feeling paralyzed, but I'm up now. We all too late to fall. Yeah, anyone coming, I'ma lift them all. Never look down when there's risk involved. I got guts, got a lot, I gotta wish it all. Ain't got no feelings, we just floating. Yeah, I'm that grain of sand that made it out the ocean. A couple milli now, I'm causing a commotion. I've been coasting, hear my name around the world like an explosion.
So rise up, rise up. We are the apocalypse, and a path that keeps us floating. As we fly above the stars, the hype won't scare us falling. So rise up. I'm too great to be landed. Rise up. Way too great to be standing.
They never gonna stop us, fly by them like choppers. Better took those risks, hold one of my fists, we fire starters. Let's go. One out of a million will reach those heights. Always had a feeling that I won't deny that work. Never could toss. Look in my eyes, I'm on the rocks, guys.
Try your luck and take a chance. Live for the risks in this moment. Take my hand and break my heart. I'll never walk this road again. Stumbling steps grow to a dance where things change forever. There's no regrets, only the past. Will I change? Never. So swing me around, take me down. You won't break me, I'm too strong. Keep saying it wrong, I'll play along, but I will never be a victim. So swing me around, take me down. You won't break me, I'm too strong. Keep saying it wrong, I'll play along, but I will never. a disaster, a reckoning. You wonder how I got this way. You think I'm someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh. You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face. Got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you'll break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came. I stopped asking for forgiveness, 'cause you should know only fools tread where the angels fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone.
Oh, hello there. I didn't get a single one here on, so we got into a little impromptu jam session with me, Bo Brookside, and that Jack Celtic. I got to tell you, we got some more Rocket League for you today, but we're going to take a quick little break from the high school side of things and go back to middle school here. This is going to be our middle school semifinals coming in here on this stage. Once again, all four of these teams vying for it at the same time, fighting to see who is going to be representing their schools at the finals.
Do you even remember your middle school years?
I try not to. I'm very tall right now, but in middle school, I still fit inside of a locker. So I had to get away from there, as the kids say.
All right. So today we're going to be casting for the Orange Ave Cougars versus the Fernwood Eagles. The Orange Ave Cougars have been on here 3 times before, but they haven't ever quite yet been able to take home the title. So really, they're just kind of raring to go to get that belt, for the belt, as we say.
Yeah, for the belt. And I will say, same thing with Fernwood Eagles, too. Eagles also have been on the stage multiple times in the past. Also, I believe, have not walked away with a title, but I might need to be fact-checked on that if someone please could off the side in production. I'll pretend you're in my ear even though you're not. But regardless of that, too, they are also going to be a strong team that had a strong season. 7-0, which is just absolutely absurd, the amount of clean Rocket League you need to play to get to that point and get to the stage here of the sevens.
So, oh no, I forgot what I was going to say.
Oh no. What did you, how about this? What did you want to say? Whereabouts? You want to talk about the thing about momentum that we talk about every game for Rocket League? Do you want to talk about the fact that it's soccer with cars? You want to talk about brand integration with Lightning McQueen? We got all these different things.
Birds.
It was birds? It was birds? It is always birds with you. You got a bird brain, my friend.
We've kind of got a bit of an aviation sanctuary around here.
Yeah.
Aviary.
Yeah. I will say, yes, the Eagles are continuing that trend, but I'm not quite sure if I want to put an eagle in the same enclosure as a cougar. I'm sure the eagle could fly away, but if the cougar kind of, sneaks on up on the eagle, that can be pretty scary.
I feel like you underestimate eagles. They're kind of gnarly.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the only thing that my brain delivered to me was fly, eagles fly, but I am too far away from Philadelphia to say anything remotely like that. I feel good about myself.
Fun fact about eagles, the sound that we use for the stereotypical, oh, never mind.
Oh, we will hear fun eagle facts as the game continues because we have actually gotten all of our players to load into the game as Jack here is going to give us his best eagle screech.
They sound like that.
No,
they don't sound like the big ones.
I don't know if the mic picked it up.
No, the cry we use for it is the red-tailed hawk.
Yeah.
They sound like
relatively they're pretty quiet. Yeah, but we'll have to see if these eagles are going to be able to roar, I suppose, as we kind of go through here. As once again, it is going to be the Orange Avenue Cougars versus those Fernwood Eagles.
The Fernwood Eagles here are gray, and the Orange Avenue Cougars are blue, despite being Orange Avenue.
Yeah, we really got to work those colors out just a little bit better here because orange is the new blue.
That was pretty yellow to me.
Yeah, t-shirts are weird, but that's going to be a really nice little score right there for Franz immediately as these gates drop.
Wow. Dribbling across and back and forth to each other right up the center field. Orange Avenue was a bit off center in order to defend that. Just spell.
Okay, whatever. We're going to keep going here as this game goes along. And honestly, yeah, at this point, we're going to have to see exactly which way it is going to go here. Lando is doing a pretty good job retaining ball control on the opposite side of the pitch with Pro coming through, trying to see if they can find that angle, find that score, set things up, but they've only set it up for Ace, who has a clean shot to be blocked by Kyle.
Wow. Really good. I'm not on stride yet. Really good defense for the the Orange Avenue Cougars. I swear I'm never gonna get over it because it's blue, but you know, whatever. We ball.
Blue is the new orange.
We ball.
We ball.
We Rocket League.
We Rocket League, yeah, that's how it goes. Here though, we're gonna see how this goes. Like, how they go. 4-time MVP continuously for Rocket League, has a lot of good plays at their disposal. Isn't quite able to set things up though to find a goal to stay in here at this stage. Pro trying to find a way through for some of these angles here, but isn't quite able to find something, but Aces does. They're gonna be trying to take this up the pitch. Lando tries to come in, but instead it's gonna be blocked by their teammate.
Every so often you see all the players just kind of stop and stand still with the ball every so often, and you have to just wonder, what is going on in their heads?
Yeah, and I think at this point they really are just trying to line up that perfect shot, but Rocket League is such a quick game. You need to make sure you can make those on the fly.
Incredibly quick. So quick, in fact, that they have a miles per hour counter on the scorecards.
Yeah.
They want to make sure you feel the quick.
Hey, again,
Speed.
like, you are speed.
I am speed.
You are, yes. Regardless of any of that, we now have to see how these players are going to, again, we got to integrate that brand. Regardless of any of that, though, we are going to now see, again, a relatively relaxed game kind of coming in here so far. They're already at the halfway mark coming through here. It is still only 0-1, so relatively low-scoring game. And at this point, we are just seeing, at this point, Orange Avenue having a little bit of trouble finding their way in to tie this back up.
You're seeing a lot of the ball just kind of traveling like great distances without anyone being there to intercept it. It looks more like volleyball almost here as they just travel with this ball up and down the court.
Yeah, it looks like Kyle's doing a pretty good job hanging back, getting some defense here. So is Aces, by the way. It looks like both of these teams have a dedicated player to go back to the goal. Should it be required, that's still really risky for Castell, but they are able to find a way to get it out of there. Kyle the GOAT tries to move on through, gets blocked out of the way. It looks like they've actually been demoed for their trouble as well, so it's going to be a slight power play coming in for just a few seconds. Lando moves it across the pitch, but unfortunately, Pro isn't quite in position to really set it up for the goal just quite yet.
Stopping the Eagles' offensive for only just a second. They're already right back on top of the Cougars as they prove me wrong, and the Cougars break through. Oh, it was not quite able to make that goal happen. Castell takes it away from I couldn't quite catch that name.
Either which way, that's still like, again, these players are incredibly fast. They're having trouble lining up a few of these shots here, there, and everywhere. It really just does go back to how this is a low-scoring game at the 1 minute mark, and they need to try to find a way to find that in. With only 1 point on the board here in favor of the Fernwood Eagles, it means it is possible for the Cougars to find a way to tie things up. That's exactly what Lando is going to do.
How it sends it across the goal. And Lando is able to slip it right past, I think, Stell right there, and right into their goal. It's now 1-1.
With 50 seconds left, this is a very interesting tie game that we have here. Next goal won't necessarily win it because we can have a lot more points coming through here, but the clock is going to be ticking down at this stage. Overtime is definitely a possibility here, and a demo might give a bit of an advantage here or there. All of a sudden, the Eagles have turned around, and the Fernwood Eagles are now behind.
He hits it right into the corner of the wall, and as the Eagles are scrambling to defend this, he's able to shoot it right down past them. It's now 2-1. They're in that 1 point lead here. They only need to work it for 30 more seconds.
That is a really good position to be in here if you are a fan of the Orange Avenue Cougars. They have a good advantage. They just need to win by one. They don't need to do anything too fancy here. But that being said, the Fernwood Eagles need to start turning up that fanciness that little bit here and there. They need that tie point. Lando gets the demo to try to open things up for a power play. With 10 seconds left, with the ball going down the field, we have one last-ditch effort from the Cougars to try to knock it out of the way, but they've only set it up onto Pro. It's going to be in the air, but Pro hits that down. The Orange Avenue Cougars is able to find their score. Oh, the GOAT, I gotta say, did great that game. Get those goals, get those assists to really bring things in.
Now the Orange Avenue Cougars are now 1-0, and this game is best 3 out of 5. So they still have to win 2 more rounds. It's definitely not even close to being over yet.
Yeah, lots more Rocket Leagues play, and we are here to play it, but we're going to immediately jump into game 2 right here. Jump ball immediately shows a demo going on Splash. That's going to be an immediate advantage that can't quite find its way into a goal, but came very close there.
Wow. Back up the field. Oh! Cougars were moving back up the field, but an eagle comes flying in to stop that.
Yeah, again, this is so far a clean start. Yeah, birds. This is a very clean start that's kind of coming in here. Both teams, again, they've just been really feeling each other out for all of these starts, trying to figure out which way the momentum's going to go, only for all heck to break loose. CJ Offense is able to find a score though from downtown. Clouds of Goat tried to do what they could to intervene, but just couldn't. Look at this shot right here. Got in, tries to block, but even though they went high, they weren't quite able to knock it away, only down and into the goal.
Yeah. And now it's 1-0 at 4:23 on the clock. Already the Cougars are on the Eagles' side with a strong start there. Out moving in to do some funny things.
Oh, but tied up immediately. Wow. We have a game 2 on our hands.
Got some Rocket League happen.
Yeah.
They are the Rocket League.
I have never met Rocket League before in my life, but I feel like I'm meeting Rocket League right now, and I'm coming up here to shake Mr. Rocket League's hand.
It's them.
And it's to give me amazing content.
John Rocket League.
Yes, indeed you do. For here, though, we're going to see who John Rocket League is going to smile down upon, perhaps a little bit brighter. Could be Lando. It's now
John Rocket League lets his Lando in that moment to shoot right from midfield over into a nice goal. Costello just a second too late to actually block that.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Orange Avenue Cougars, they have been in a position before. They know what it's like to just lose at the last second here. So they're not taking any chances here. They're trying to play this as cleanly as they can to get to the finals and get that first title.
Looks like Costello is not in John Rocket League's favor. I will never forget that.
I hope that if anyone has been left with anything today, I hope it's that John Rocket League is racing. Like regardless, well, Santa Claus is through it.
Yeah.
So like, what are you talking about? Yeah. For here, though, it's turn. Try to see if they can find a shot. Can't quite get it here as Kyle the Goat is now able to dribble it away. Get a new shot here. Costello is able to make things go a little bit wide there. We'll have to see if Pro's able to set things up. Tries to off the side for Lando. Isn't able to find it. Kyle the Goat is trying to block, but the goal goes a little bit wide here, so no shot is going to be made here just yet. Still only a 1-point advantage, though. Still a lot of Rocket League to play.
That's good. Now advancing up the field. Costello intercepts them. Kyle keeps it in play. It's up, waiting for someone to take advantage. Lando takes that advantage by the horns, and Costello waves the red flag and redirects it away.
Yeah, again, like, this is a really good place for the Cougars to be in right now. They're trying to play as effectively as they can. Wow! Excuse me, on the Eagles side of the field. Pro finds an angle from Kyle to go.
Speaking of charging in, Kyle's getting bumped out of the way, but he's able to set it up for Pro with that, what was it, 84 miles an hour?
I think so, yeah.
Something like that. Making it now 3-1. With about roughly halfway through the game.
So yeah, we're going to take a quick little temperature check right now. We're halfway through the game as of 3 seconds from now. That's going to be a lot of room for extra plays right now. But with this momentum, we're going to need to see a lot more plays like what Costello tried to do there. Got a nice dribble across the field. Wasn't quite able to narrow it down at the end, though.
getting it right out. Kruger's able to get it right out onto the Eagles side. They're now, again, advancing up the field. Ampro pitching it up over into the corner. Kyle trying to set something up, but he gets corralled around. And Ampro wasn't able to intercept that as Ace. Wait.
Yeah, Ace.
Yeah, oh, right. Ace Saturn hits it out of there. It's now heading across the Eagles' side again. And they're finally able to get out there. Wow. Ampro comes in like to deflect it, but they get it right back over on the Cougar side. It is just back and forth over here.
Again, the Cougars win by just stalling at this point here for the next minute and 40 seconds. That's exactly what they want to do. Wait, I told you, Lando trying to even pad out the score a little bit more. They aren't intending to rest upon their laurels. They want to expand and grow them into even greater laurels, I suppose. I don't like, no, it's, yeah, laurels plus plus. Don't you know how it works?
Yeah.
So either which way, it seems like despite everything, the Cougars are not going to be stopping anytime soon. But neither is Costello. Look to see if they can find a good angle, only to set up Lando.
I don't even know what Lando just did there, but he like kind of like orbited around the ball and spun it. Oh boy.
I mean, I personally like, I want to orbit anything possible here, so that is going to be working out pretty cleanly here at the end of the day as we hit the 1 minute mark here. Costello can try to see if they could start something going here by getting the score, but look at that defense that's coming in. Oh, it goes through every single one. Costello's able to bring things up to a 3-2 difference. They just need one more goal to tie.
This was a Rocket League moment here, as they're all just kind of moving around slowly and gracefully through the air. Costello's just able to sneak it through and in to the goal.
This is the momentum reset we were talking about. This could be what the Eagles need in order to score that third goal to tie things up. But we can all see an angle. Here we go, that's the third goal! It's going to be the goal! Costello is in this game now. The Eagles are trying to make it so we can tie this up quickly.
The Cougars all scrambling to get that first hit in and a strong start. They were not ready for Costello to come in and just hit it right between them all.
Again, that's what the momentum reset does. You're able to start taking some new angles. No one's really gotten into a rhythm just yet because the round has just started. And so as a result, you can try to get some weird angles here, there, and everywhere. We're going to see how the Cougars got to respond now that they're no longer in their comfort zone and they're 30 seconds away from a tiebreaker.
I'm not sure quite what's going to happen here, but I know whatever happens is going to be nuts, just insane. I don't even. Guys, Kyle's coming up the goal, he gets blocked, and the Eagles are able to retake control of it. Costello shooting up the side of the field. He gets intercepted by Ampro, who sends it over to Lando to push it back up the field. They get blocked by another Eagle. Oh, 3 seconds left.
Remember, in 1 second, we are just going to go to overtime immediately. Actually, no, excuse me, after the ball lands. So wait, it's going to be all the time that is left required here. These players are going to try to keep it in the air for a little while. But no, the ground is time for overtime. The next goal is going.
Round 2 overtime?
This is exciting to see. Again, it's going to be incredibly close. Kyle the GOAT finds a way to kind of get in here, but can't quite lock it down. Costello trying to turn things around, set up Cal. It looks like they're going to be able to get a nice little hit, but there's the GOAT. Immediately there to try to intercept. Ampro doing what they can to dribble up the field. Ace is able to respond in kind.
Cougars are fighting desperately to get off their side of the field, but the Eagles are seriously not making it easy on them. This crowd just comes trying to get anything done. The Eagles just keep advancing and pushing forwards.
Yeah, again, Lando is trying to do everything they can to try to set up the ball, but again, like you said, everyone's waiting. Kyle found their angle. It seems like, no, that's going to be a quick little response from CJ coming in right off the side.
Just taking that forward momentum, pushing it forward.
Are they going to do it? No, that's going to be the block.
Like a triple defense right there. I don't even, and they block it again as Costello goes in for another shot. They're trying to, they just cannot get it out of their side of the goal.
We are already 1 minute into overtime with no signs of slowing down. Again, a couple of close calls on both sides so far. So this is already incredibly insane. I see a very dangerously undefended goal coming in there. We see Kyle to go trying to line something up, but still trying to knock something away.
Now the Eagles are all ready to defend back on their side of the goal. Lando keeping it in play on the Eagles' side. Oh,
it's terrible, right in our eyes.
Like a million miles an hour. He's now raising.
Wow. Taking us out of here. The Orange Avenue Cougars takes game 2. They won a clean sweep.
Going right off of that demo, I was able to just slip right past a reeling ace, winning the second round for Orange Avenue. They are now 2-0. It is match points for Orange Avenue.
Yeah, and again, this kind of goes back to what we were talking about, right? The Fernwood Eagles, they had a perfect season coming into here, 7-0 across the entire thing. They also have a lot of stage experience here. I have to say, though, if you're looking at the Orange Avenue Cougars, they've had more stage experience. They also know how to play from deficits, and it seems like we haven't quite seen the Fernwood Eagles figure out how to do that so far.
Right.
However, Fox these impressive draws time and time again, however, they just can't cinch it over the goal with a team that is equally strong as them.
So really, I feel like this, after watching that last round, I feel like this could still be anyone's game here. Despite it being match for the Cougars, I don't think that you should count the Eagles out yet.
Yeah, I think CJ has decided to punctuate that immediately 5 seconds into this match. So far, the shortest time to goal that I think we've seen in a Rocket League match today. Trying to see if they can already wrap up a point here and get the Eagles in the lead. Yeah, exactly. Very kind, CJ, very kind.
Okay, so Cougars are now feel a little off on the back foot here after that really quick first goal. So now they kind of have to fight to tie it up here and actually regain of the lead at all. They are keeping it on the Eagles' side surprisingly well. Man.
Oh, off the side. It seemed like there wasn't enough time to get into position to properly defend. Take a look at this.
Yeah, look. After I think Kyle sent it off the side of the wall there, April was able to come in from outright left field and get it down and over Castell.
Yeah, Castell did the best they could to try to bounce up at the last second, but just again, that might too slow at the end of the day.
Favorite part of this match was when Kyle said it's Kyle and Kyle.
I mean, that's what Kyle almost did right there. Kyle actually did right there. They were able to block at the very last second there. That is going to be a pretty clean thing.
Should already think up the Cougars field. Kyle was able to get out of that dangerous position in front of the goal. He's now trying to get back up. He's fake. It looks like he's trying to fake out the Eagles a bit, but they're not taking it. Their eyes are sharp.
Yeah, curious to see which angle it's going to be. Again, we are back at a tie game here. Lots of Rocket League left to play this round,
Tell
though.
me the last time you confused an Eagle, that you bamboozled an Eagle.
You're not going to believe this, but like 5 months ago, I met an Eagle and I beat it in a game of cards. As a result, I was given a magic lamp, which I have used to get better at Rocket League.
See you applaud.
Yes.
Okay.
Regardless of any of that, of any crazy writing, CJ is able to find that in, gets that goal.
Eagles, CJ Cook with all three of his team members spreading out to cover as much opportunity space as possible. He's able to slip right past the Cougars and regain their 1 point advantage.
Yeah, like I said, the Eagles are looking for that reverse sweep here right now. They know they are down, but they also know they are certainly not out.
I was just gonna say.
Oh, but CJ also, look at that, even widening it. Like, I was looking away from this. I want to see this.
He's going up the side of the field, going right through that corner.
That was clean. Passed it.
Pretty low angle. That's hard to defend against.
Yeah, passed it to themselves off the side of that board at the low angle, which, as you said, is very difficult unless you're already in that area to get into, because you're just going to boost past it in 90% of those cases. Very clean step from CJ here, really padding things out for the Fernwood Eagles. Oh, wow, that goal is open now, tier 2. CJ, again, hat trick once more. This is exactly what we wanted to see. Again, I will say, though, we've seen 3 goals in very quick succession. We could see the Orange Avenue Cougars do the same thing in the inverse. So as a result of that, it is something we have to watch very, very closely despite this lead.
3 minutes left.
Anything can happen. Kyle the GOAT could find a very clean opening like this past CJ, set up a teammate, and ooh, Lando just goes a little bit too high, so can't quite go through, and ooh, again, these members are doing everything they can. The Cougars are racing to try to make up for this deficit, but I think in their haste, they're having to play a little bit recklessly.
Yeah, they're just a little bit less organized than they were before. They're just kind of throwing themselves at Eagles' goal. Ambrose looks like he's got a angle here. He's kind of driving slowly around Ace there.
How to go to
All
think
the-
has something, but
saving
no.
Now gets out of the way.
Oh, that was amazing from Kyle the Goat.
Boosting off the, or like jumping off the back of the wall there.
That was absolutely incredible. Wasn't able to keep it on their side of the pitch for that long, but was able to retain control of the ball just that little bit longer here. Lando finds the end, but CJ Class immediately takes it back.
Again, pushing up the side of the field now. They're really just looking for any angle they can take. And here, Kyle, almost had one.
Oh!
Like 2,000 miles an hour, 82 miles an hour in that goal.
That is
Just
impressive.
as CJ blocks it, he's able to score it.
Yeah, and there's another part of momentum that we haven't talked quite about yet, because there is obviously the mental momentum trying to reset things, but also the physical momentum too. Like, if you're completely stopped in the goal, you're not going to be able to have enough force to push the ball back in order to really be able to effectively defend. So that means we're able to see some of these crazy plays. Lando almost goes wide, but Costello is able to get a clean block.
Al misses the ball in order to keep it in play, but Ampro shoring up their defense, or I guess more offense. He passes it over to Kyle, just at the wrong angle to shoot it in there. He keeps the ball in play, allowing Lando to try and.
Oh, again, very close. Kyle to go tries to find it, but isn't quite able to because of the defense being put up by the Fernwood Eagles.
Lando setting up to send it over to Kyle to keep it in play. Sends it back over to Ampro. He shoots.
And Lando scores.
After Kyle bounced it off the wall, off of Ampro's pass, right over into Lando to again have a 65 miles an hour. Sent that ball over at Parkway speeds, you know.
Yeah, very scary. The Cougars are doing everything they can to hold on to their clean sweep. However, they're still 1 point down here, so we need to see them score one more point to tie, or the Eagles score another point to pull it further out of reach.
Speaking of which, that ball is dangerously close to the Cougars' goal. Almost went in there for a second. There's only 1 minute left. The Cougars are seriously going to step up their game here in order to get a goal.
Oh, Lando has a nice angle. Costello's able to take control. Caldegoat isn't in position while Costello is to. No, they just barely missed the goal on the turn.
And again, the ball is just kind of sitting in that corner.
It's so dangerous here.
Out of anywhere. Went right across the Cougars' goal. Ace keeping it in play.
Ace is able to. Yes, they can find it. That's going to be a 3-5 here, exactly what the Eagles were looking for. They want to take this to a full best of 5. Wow. What, you don't like commentating the booms and the other cosmetics or whatever? We're just talking about Lightning McQueen for like 10 minutes. I thought we were cool with that. Regardless of any of that right now, an amazing play that came right here from the Fernwood Eagles. They want to try and make sure they're going to see at least a game 4 begin that reverse sweep. Oh, that was incredibly close.
Not quite. AM does demo CJ, leaving the Eagles defense a bit short. It's only 5 seconds left though. So.
Yeah, they need to score that goal much quicker. Instead, they are going to get one more to go 4-5. But with that timer ticked down to 0, the Fernwood Eagles still have this game. But that was incredibly close, and we're going to game 4. Yeah, game 4.
Not that last second ticked down yet though.
Yeah. Listen, when I see a 0, I just assume we're done.
Oh, I thought it was still on 1.
No, it was a 0.
Okay.
But still, that was an absolutely incredible comeback display coming in from the Fernwood Eagles. And again, it just shows we are not going to be resigned to a coronation of the Orange Avenue Cougars. They have performed excellently in the past. They still need to earn that spot this time around. And that's something I think that you were talking to that team about earlier on in the day, how they're a team that has been here before, but they are still plenty humble.
Yes. Yes, the other team. That would have been.
It is still going to be a little bit more to play here as we are getting ready to go through with a few other places here at the stage. And we are already going to be going here into game 4. And here we go in that game right now. Again, 2-1, still favoring the Cougars, still at match point. However, the Eagles are going to claw their way back in.
Still demos Lando not stopping the the Cougars from actually being able to continue offensively. The Cougars are going right back into offense. Man, we're still just keeping it in play for them. Lando intercepts and is now trying to push up the field, but the Eagles just keep.
Actually, indeed. Yeah, I think we're sorry, we're having some technical difficulties with the mic. Oh no. Remember, we have to talk into the microphone. I hope I'm doing right now as I make a joke during your expense. I apologize.
Put it up higher and be just to my.
No, it never works like that. Listen, I've used microphones that unless you were like basically right in front of it, it is not going to work. It is very finicky, very technology-based, as we are very akin to at this stage. For here, though, so far, this game, as you can guess by our banter, has been relatively slow. Both of these teams are trying to find their way in with a demo or two here and there. However, they haven't quite been able to find a way to get in and start the ball rolling here. Lando had a clean shot. It's going to be Kyle to finish it.
First goal.
Good minute and a half.
They're thinking. Kyle is finally able to slip that ball through.
Yeah, Kyle is not happy about having to go to a game 4. They want to try to wrap this up before it has to progress any further. Well, the Eagles want the reverse sweep. They want the game 5. They want to make sure that we're talking about Rocket League for as long as possible.
Rocket League?
Rocket League. Here, though, Kyle has a nice block there. That was a good dribble off the stage for Castell, but they weren't quite able to land it at the end. Look at the fancy footwork even coming on here, trying to do everything they can alongside CJ to maintain control of the ball here. But Kyle, the GOAT, is going to do what they can to start things going.
Would it be fancy wheelwork?
I think so.
Yes. Doing the fancy wheelwork, and so finally, the Cougars, allow the Cougars to actually push an advantage a bit, but immediately again, the Eagles are able to just set them up in like a big pile.
Yeah. But the best Cougars only 3 cars in here. But Castell, tie things back up. They want to make sure we're game 5.
Castell shoots it up and down, around into the goal, bouncing on top of Lando.
Indeed. And I gotta say, this has just been insane to kind of look at so far. 1-1 back into this game. Both these teams trying to see what they can do. Of course, Cougars for the title. Eagles 4 going a little bit later here. Ooh, Pro almost gets the shot right here. The Cougars come incredibly close to being able to claim that finals ticket.
Eagles again pushing up the side of the goal. Side of the goal. Side of the field.
Yeah.
Kyle steps up, sends it right over to their midfield. Castell trying to do something to get out of there. Kyle trying to keep it in play. So surprise them. All of the Cougars are away from their goal. He missed good thing for them. And they're able to get it away. Now, once again, pushing up the field. They keep getting intercepted. The Eagles are just not letting them go through.
Yeah, again, I have to say, looking through this, the Eagles are doing a good job trying to keep control of the ball. They just can't find a way to get through the Cougars' defense here. While meanwhile, the Cougars, they're making a lot of shots here, but a lot of them are going wide. Lando gets a nice one, though. That's going to bring things into the Cougars' favor.
I want to see how to get that goal open. He shoots the ball down into the center, right over to Lando, which causes two of the Eagles to just go off to the sides and not be able to defend.
Yeah, each of these Eagles players went wide after they tried to go for the save against what Kyle was doing, and they couldn't quite get into range again to block what was coming next. We saw one come very incredibly close. Another very close shot coming here off the top of the goal, but wasn't quite able to come through. Kyle to go, keeping things on the Eagles side of the field. Excuse me. For now, though, Pro is doing what they can to try to extend the scoreline a little bit more.
So, trying to bump it up and out of there, set up something for himself as CJ.
Oh, demo after demo. Lando takes it off of that. Look at this.
After demoing both of his teammates, Lando is able to take advantage of their distraction that basically you cause.
Hey, an explosion's a pretty big thing you gotta watch out for. It blocks and obscures a lot of the screen. You gotta be pretty careful about that, and was able to sleeve in through the smoke.
Making it now 3-1. What a play right there.
What a goal, what a goal, what a goal.
Yes. Using his
teammates' death, violent, fiery death to his advantage.
Takedowns, I think is the word we prefer to use. Yeah, I know. Regardless of any of that, I gotta say, this is pretty exciting to see so far. And Kyle McGill tries but fails to get one more goal to pad things out a little bit more. Remember, a 2-point lead means nothing in the space of 40 seconds of Rocket League. We're gonna have to see how these teams are able to adapt to these final time playing through. Lando gets a demo onto CJ, but can't quite carry things through to get another goal to pad of the score. Castell moving things up the pitch, passing it over to CJ, trying to see if they're able to get one more point, try to see if they can reset things, try to go for that tie game as the time ticks.
With this right now, Ampro takes advantage of everyone trying to reset themselves and shoots it over to the Eagles side. They're able to quickly project it back over to the Cougars as the Cougars then bounce it off the wall right towards the Eagles side, hits the wall, and shoots it right in.
And with that, Kyle the Goat has a very strong showing for themselves here. And unless we could see 3 goals in 7 seconds, it looks like that is going to be the Cougars taking. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, but that is going to be a tall order for the Eagles to score. We could see one more score here to tighten this up at the end of the day. The Eagles trying to narrow the scoreline a little bit more, or heck, even one more score from Ampro. That's going to be the Cougars making their way to the finals.
Trying to put the final nail in the coffin, coming in at that angle, right over the Eagles. Finishing up their third, or the fourth.
This is, again, the 4th time the Cougars have been on the stage. The 3rd time, I believe, they're progressing to the finals. Maybe the 2nd. I need to double check that. With that, they now want their first title, and we're going to have to see what middle school they're going to be playing against as soon as we are done with a bit of a break. So when we come back, we're going to go into the middle school finals.
I thought we were doing high school finals first.
No, it's middle school finals first. Then we're doing high school finals afterwards, so we have middle schools, then high school. We're progressing up the grade levels.
The schedule lied to me.
Yes, the schedule lied to you. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, more Rocket League action. Stick around.
Into
something like this. Daytime better come correct. They ain't playing at your best, then you will get left. If it don't involve money, then I don't accept. If it don't involve money, then I don't accept. Something like this. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity.
If we are one grain of sand in the middle of the ocean, can you try to understand how a touch can cause explosions? Rise up, I'm too great to be landed. Rise up, we're too great to be standing.
They ain't never gonna stop us, fly at 'em like choppers, better took those risks, cold blood in my fists, we fire starters, one out of a million will reach those heights, always got a feeling that I won't deny, not work, never could toss, look in my eyes, I'm on the rocks, rise. Rise, cut in my size, trying to make sense of it all comprised. Yeah, highs, spinning these skies. Never stuck down, feeling paralyzed, but I'm up now. We all too late to fall. Yeah, anyone coming, I'ma lift them all. Never look down when there's risk involved. I got guts, got a lot, I gotta wish it all. Ain't got no feelings, we just floating. Yeah, I'm that grain of sand that made it out the ocean. A couple milli now, I'm causing a commotion. I've been coasting, hear my name around the world like an explosion.
So rise up, rise up. We are the apocalypse, and a path that keeps us floating. As we fly above the stars, the hype won't scare us falling. So rise up, I'm too great to be landed. Rise up, we're too great to be standing.
They ain't never gonna stop us, fly at 'em like choppers, better took those risks, cold blood in my fists, we fire starters, one out of a million will reach those heights, always got a feeling that I won't deny, not work, never could toss, look in my eyes, I'm on the rocks, rise.
Try your luck and take a chance. Before the risks in this moment, take my hand and break my heart. I'll never walk this road again. Stumbling steps grow to a dance where things change forever. There's no regrets, only the past. Will I change? Never. So swing me around, take me down. You won't break me, I'm too strong. Keep saying too strong. Keep saying it wrong. I'll play along, but I will never be a victim. So swing me around, take me down. You won't break me. I'm too strong. Keep saying it wrong. I'll play along, but I will never be a victim.
they're feeling confident, but
Yeah.
they're not going to let it get to their heads.
Yeah,
So
they had a fantastic performance in the semis as well. They were able to really bring things through, honestly, at the end of the day. And meanwhile, the Ocean Spartans, a team that we didn't get to see too much of earlier because they're playing in the other set just behind us, so we couldn't quite see what was going on there. They are gunning for a legacy at this point. They have a squad that is entirely seniors right now. They want to be able to walk away from this with a title at their back.
And this is actually their first season ever for their program.
Yeah.
So to make it all the way to finals in your first ever season,
They're big shoes to fill.
beat Barnegat.
Yeah, those Barnegat kids are pretty good too.
They beat
Do you know
Barnegat.
anything about Barnegat, Jack?
They beat Barnegat.
Indeed, indeed. Again, like I said, lots of incredible skill coming in here. I can't wait to see the level of skill that's going to come in for both of these teams here. Obviously, everyone's made it to the finals at this point. Everyone knows a thing or two about Rocket League at the end of the day. We just need to see who's going to take it over that final line, score that final goal, and get crowned the state championship for the Rocket League finals.
Looks like we're getting ready to start here. So soon?
Yeah.
It's very Christmassy.
Yeah, a little bit right there. But again, we are approaching the season, so that seems a little bit fine for me. Now, we were talking a little bit about the aviary before. The Eagles have made it into our finals right now. How do you think an Ocean Spartan fights an Eagle?
I mean, a Spartan has armor, right?
Yeah.
I feel like it's kind of hard for an eagle to pierce like armor, but I
Okay.
don't know how strong an eagle
A
is.
counterpoint, though, an Eagle could probably wear armor, too.
Yeah, I guess.
Very small armor.
Like aluminum or something.
No,
like,
no, yeah.
like aircraft aluminum.
Yeah.
Deal. So it's like strong but light.
Yeah.
So
So it can fly.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, there's a lot of different actions that this fight can go, at least in the mindscape, I suppose.
It's a golden eagle.
It's a gold. Oh, that's
So it's
different.
made of gold.
Yeah,
And it's so
that's
fun.
pretty
So it's
heavy.
magic.
Yeah, it's magic. Ooh, so
Is it
okay.
like a phoenix?
Now we got. Yeah, well, no, not really.
Gleaming gold, or is it like?
No, it's just gold.
Gold,
So
gold.
now that we're talking about the semantics, how this magical matchup might go through, we might have to look back into the world of cars and try to figure out how in Rocket League this matchup will actually go down. Because so far, we've seen impressive play from both of these teams right here. The audience in our seats right over there was able to watch the Ocean Spartans earlier on as we were commentating up over to the Golden Eagles earlier on today. They saw how hard fought it was for them to get to the finals. We saw on stream how hard it was for the Golden Eagles to also form their way here. So now we get to see who gets to make it over the edge.
I can certainly say that this is going to be a very exciting matchup. We have two incredibly good teams going up against each other. So this will definitely be one of the very...
I think something.
Oh.
Well, we're going a little bit old school right here. How do you feel holding like a classic microphone?
Kind of reminds me of one of my earlier times casting with you.
Yeah, I think
We
we,
had
we
that
used
mic-
this before.
You gave me
I
a mic
mainly-
and I had to...
I think of karaoke, which I'm going to spare everyone on Twitch and in the audience from having to hear me go through any Taylor Swift whatsoever. But regardless of any of that, I got to say, the thing that I'm really curious about right now is just how the Ocean Spartans are going to be doing here at this stage. As you were talking about earlier, the fact that this is a first-year program just always boggles the mind. It does show if you are a school interested in getting into Garden State Esports, there's a lot of amazing things you could do even in your first year.
It's very impressive to be right up here on the main stage in the final round of the championships on your first year. Like I can't even get over that. This is their first ever year doing this program.
Yeah, and there's a lot of learned experience that you kind of get from going into the finals too, right? You're on the stage, you get to go with the commentators, with the microphones, with the audience, the cheering and screaming that goes on all through it. You're able to get a different experience. It's much different from playing at your home, in your classroom, trying to get things going. So you're going to have to adapt to a lot of things on the fly. With that, though, we have the green light, and that's going to be the start of our finals here. The high school finals for Rocket League begin right now.
Right. So if I'm correct, I believe the Seneca Golden Eagles are green and the Ocean Spartans are red.
Not just any green, too. That is a lime
That
green
is a
there.
bright green. Though the Seneca uniform is a bit more...
Oh,
okay.
Immediately, though, Not Leather's able to get that initial score right there. Absolutely incredible to see. Look at how high they went, and just for the immediate follow-up there, could not see anything come through there at the end of the day.
Coming right from... that was Isaac, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes, coming right from Isaac as he was coming up and around the side of the wall. shooting it right over to Not Leather, so he could score that.
Yeah, that
It's
is
very nice.
Yeah.
Hello.
No, you're good. You're good. Sorry, the microphone just took a second, but yeah, no, I agree. That was very impressive so far, and immediately we already see what the Ocean Spartans are capable of.
Yeah, that was a very, very quick goal, and actually a really nice one, passing up from way up top in the sky, right down to the ground, as one of them gets tackled. Okay.
And we can see this is just what happens differently. Someone just stole our belt, and I don't quite know why. I had to call it out. Okay, I see.
Robbery?
Yeah, I know. I've never been robbed before in front of a Twitch stream, so this is new ground. Hey, you know what? I still got to call it out for the audience. Everyone on Twitch just gets feeder of the mind at the end of the day. Regardless of any of that feeder going on, let's take us back to what's in front of your eyes instead of behind them. For here, we get to see what's going on for, again, these close plays around the goal.
It took me a second to realize what you meant by behind your eyes.
Yeah, the feeder of the mind. Will Butter ties things up with another Will Butter special.
Comes up right over all of
wow.
Wow, over all of the Spartans there at that really nice angle.
They didn't even need to dribble that. They just got a clean shot and went for. I'm sorry, yeah, I saw Gorp too, and I just also paused for a moment. I love Gorp's name so much.
Right.
After this, the only interview question I have for Gorp is, how did you get the name Gorp? Because I want to know, and I want to have that same experience that you had to get yourself.
If his answer is anything other than Gorf, then
very disappointed. Very disappointed.
All right.
Regardless of any of that, though, we are completely tied up here. We can still talk about Gorp, but we are completely tied up here with the Eagles and the Ocean Spartans. Nice save right there.
Quick shot by Not Leather, blocked by. Couldn't quite tell what that name
Will
was.
Butter.
He's already coming back in for another shot. Oh no, sorry. Isaac was coming in for another shot. Seneca here is able to get it right back over onto Ocean's side of the field. They're getting in trouble. Ooh, almost able to get it back over, but it gets popped up by Seneca. They're able to retake control of it, push up the field. But they've lost control of it again, allowing Seneca to push up again right over. Oh.
You know, Will Butter is known for these dribbles, but in this game, they're just finding these openings here, there, everywhere. There is just no defense that comes through. We saw an attempt there at the end for the Ocean Spartans.
2 attempts.
Will Butter finds that angle, finds that shot, and is able to take things up 2-1.
Wow, 2-1 at about halfway through the game. Will Butter really was able to just find that lead there for them. It's already over onto Seneca's side. It's blocked, and they're pushing back up through midfield now. Ball is in Scallop's control.
Interesting.
And
interesting
Gorf,
stuff. Yeah.
It's hard to see their names because you have the.
It's going by so quickly.
Yeah, well, you have the for Seneca, you have the bright green and then the
Yeah.
It's.
But like I said, Gorf is Gorf. You know, it's the easy thing to look at. But either which way, like I was talking about the Ocean Spartans, trying to see if they're able to tie this up here. While meanwhile, again, famous AJ tried to get something going, but gets demoed for their trouble by Not Leather, who is able to just barely save, but no, Gorf cannot get the goal follow-up. So Sony is going to be able to take things out of the way entirely. Good, try to see if they can get the follow-up here. Gorf knocks the ball wide, tries to see if they can set things up, but there is no setup, only Not Leather here to try to take things away. Butter trying to find that clean shot, trying to get that dribble. It's going to actually be intercepted by their own teammates, so not going to be able to get anything started here whatsoever.
Pretty much really on Ocean's side. They're able to get breakthrough again. Actually, pushing right past one of the Seneca players there. They are able to.
Oh!
Wait, hang on.
You want to watch this again?
Look at this. After the ball gets intercepted, and one of the Seneca players flies right past, Isaac is able to push right into their goal, tying it up now.
Yeah, this is pretty incredible stuff to see so far, I have to say.
Isaac being 24. When I asked his name, he told me to just go Isaac because I think he didn't even want me to attempt his last name. I assume it's his last name. So
I said Sony, so I hope that was right, and I will start saying Isaac if that helps. Regardless of any of that, though, the Ocean Spartans have officially tied this up 2-2. We might be looking at an overtime in our first game of the finals, which I'm giddy for.
If it's overtime in our first game, that means so much for the rest of this this finals here. Whoa, Not Leather demoing one of the Seneca players as he's trying to set up a famous AJ. Thank you. You're probably gonna be able to see him better than me. They're not able to hold on to that advantage for very long as it goes into their corner, but Scallops takes that shot, and I think Isaac keeps it in play.
Close, but we are going to see that block at the very last second. Will Butter just able to land in the way at the last moment here. It seems like with 10 seconds left, we are very close, unless we could see something from the Spartans. Will Butter doing what they can to dribble. Sony is able to block, but no, Will Butter is going to be able to contest it here, there, everywhere. With 1 second left, this is going to be the top shot. It's going to be going down, and we are in overtime.
Hits the top of the goalpost and lands right on the ground. We are now in overtime, 2-2. Whoever scores first wins the round here. I feel like we might be going on for overtime for a little bit here.
Yeah, this sets tempo. No, they are not. Cork finds the goal immediately. The Seneca Golden Eagles take game one.
Thanks, Cork. Really just had to make a liar out of me, huh?
Yeah. Wait, see, that's sometimes the caster curse hurts the players. Sometimes the caster curse hurts the caster.
So it just deals psychic damage to casters.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like there's always these little things you got to worry about here at the end of the day. And caster cursing is usually one of the deeper ones they have to go through, because it's anything that we say up here is going to be proven wrong nigh immediately.
It's kind of like dark magic, but it's just casters, and we're just talking.
Well, everyone knows that casters do possess dark magic. You get
hey,
that.
I'm saying we're not.
No, yeah, I'm telling you, that's something that you get when you graduate. You're still learning, you're still training, all that stuff. When you become a level 3 warlock like I am, then you will start learning the secrets of the commentator magic.
I'll show him one day.
I love putting your hand over the mic to get that proper effect, but we're already in game 2. Let's see what's going to be happening here. Which of these teams are going to make some magic of their own?
Seneca's already pushed deep into Ocean territory and keeping it in play there, sending over to midfield. They're just keeping these shots right into this corner pocket and parking their car in order to. That's a parking fine right there.
Yeah, indeed.
You ran up that meter.
Yeah, but they also forget too, this is a Saturday, so that means parking is going to be free in some places, so they have a bit of time to go through it a little bit more. Gorp tries to find that angle, tries to see where it can go, but instead it's going to be Will Butter who's going to be able to take it up the midfield towards Not Leather, who was parked in that field waiting for the play, dribbles it in, but no, it's going to be blocked by Will Butter at the last second.
And now they're trying to keep, now the Ocean Spartans are trying to keep that momentum going. There it is. Just keeping it in this corner pocket, not letting the Eagles, right? Eagles advance. Scallops keeping it in play, popping it over one of the second players and trying to pass it over to Not Leather, but it gets intercepted. Though Isaac comes back and around to try and score something, but he's just not quite able to.
I gotta say, one thing that I'm still thinking about right now is the fact that we went to an overtime in last match, because we talk about the momentum in these games, but now I want to think about tempo. And to me, this says that each of these teams are in this for the long haul. They're both very evenly matched. They both know a lot about how the other plays, and they also just know how to play Rocket League at the end of the day, too. So through all of that, at the end of the day, they are going to be able to get some pretty crazy stuff.
What is happening?
We're falling apart here on the main stage, but don't look in the tiny corner down here. Look everywhere around us where the Rocket League is happening. Yeah, it's up here. It's over there. It's not this way. This is where. This way is where this is where the screen ends. That way is Rocket League. Up here is Rocket League.
Rocket League.
Regardless of any of that, it's amazing. Through that entire bit, we haven't seen a single score yet. Again, these teams are playing such good defense and offense. They're evenly matched.
They are incredibly evenly matched, I'd say. Look, we hear Not Leather is pushing up the side of the field, and he gets intercepted again. Scallops trying to keep it in play, though, but the Eagles are just not letting them get. The Eagles aren't letting them get close, but the Spartans aren't letting them advance any further than midfield. So it's definitely a very big back and forth happening.
We aren't seeing a lot of onsides just generally in here too. We're not seeing these games where it's entirely weighted in one direction or the other. It's spending a lot of time in the midfield as both of these teams are trying to set things up pretty effectively here. Scallops, for example, right now trying to find the angle, instead decides to tussle a little bit. AJ managed to take control of the ball, finds a clean angle, but I think went a little bit too wide there.
He got bumped by one.
Does what they can, actually manages to even take away the ball.
Yeah, AJ there got bumped by one of the Spartans. First score going to AJ after getting bumped out of the way earlier and messing up his score. Will sends it across the goal, causing the Spartans to be a little bit jumbled around and stuff, not able to defend properly, allowing AJ to sneak right in and score.
Yeah, Spartans were so focused on what was happening right in front of their goal, they didn't see famous AJ coming down off the side with that momentum to get that clean shot. Meanwhile, though,
almost there.
Isaac does a good job trying to block here at the end of the day. Not Leather trying to now dribble it out of the way, but Gorf is going to be the one to dislodge it, and famous AJ is going to be the one to fully bring it forward.
Might I say that every time I see his name, I think it says Famous Amos?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
I
Good,
get that.
I'm not alone.
No, we're
crazy.
We're here together on this.
All right, over on the Seneca side, they're able to get it right deep into Ocean territory and try to keep it there. Yep, definitely get it right in that corner pocket as he's trying to set something up there, and then they keep it in place. Spartans are now trying their hardest to break through. They are able to break right through the offensive, setting up for... Nope, not quite.
Very close, though. Again,
Very
Will
close.
Butter has really nice saves all over the place here. We're going to have to see if they're going to be able to turn that around to make another goal here. Remember, earlier on in the semis, they had so many goals just dribbling it down the field. But I got to say, right now, the semis are gone. Now the Golden Eagles are going to be playing against the Ocean Spartans, who have such a good defensive game. Will Butters can't find those angles they were able to find in the semis.
No, definitely not. Ocean really is... Oh, right. Ocean really is just keeping the Eagles at arm's length here. But every so often, the Eagles are able to break through and just find that little slip up.
It's so close. Not Leather tries to go to the side through all members of the Golden Eagles, but isn't quite able to find it. JS Scobbs goes high, wants to try and knock it down, but immediately Gorb is going to come in to try and interrupt. There's only 10 seconds left here. The Ocean Spartans need to try to find this goal in the last 5 to tie it up and go for the potential overtime here. Well, remember, while the ball's in the air, it will be staying in play. We're going to have to see if they're able to get it going. So Sony trying to find the angle. They set it up. There's going to be the goal, but no, Gorb is going to be able to save it. Not Leather does what they can, but Seneca takes game 2.
Ocean not quite able to keep it in play at that last final moment there. Gorb with the, round-winning defense there as Seneca wins 1-0, making them now 2-0 in terms of rounds. It's game point for Seneca here.
Yeah, I got to tell you, Ocean is playing incredibly through that entire game. They let up the one goal, but they're still able to find a lot of ins to make their own shots on goal themselves. Just in that last second, they played so beautifully to try to extend, try to force that last goal. But once again, Gorf comes in, is able to block that out, and immediately take the game.
Now, I mean, despite what that scoreboard kind of looks like, it's really not as one-sided as it looks. These two teams are incredibly well matched. It's just Seneca is really finding those weaknesses, finding those.
Yeah, and
little
I gotta say, that was so incredibly close. That Leather finds it though. Is able to come in at the last second, finish up what their teammates couldn't. Look at that immediate shot that comes there. Famous is going to be. I almost said famous now. AJ is able to block one, but can't block the second.
Piggybacking off of Isaac's goal, Not Leather was able to take advantage of Seneca scrambling to keep their defense up, and he was able to finally get that goal that I think Ocean really needed to regain their momentum.
And I gotta say too, this has been such a close tournament match so far. I keep forgetting that we're actually at check right now. We could see a potential for the Seneca Golden Eagles just take it all off of this game entirely as a double demo comes actually up the side. Don't see those too often actually.
Both, when it's like a head-on collision, both at full speed.
Yeah, that is absolutely insane.
It's kind of funny too.
Yeah, but no, I gotta say ooh, Will Butter finds the angle, dribbles it up.
See what I mean?
Yeah.
Seneca is just able to, Will Butter especially, is able to just come, just rocketing up the side of the field and just push right into that right angle.
He's able to cut through the field like a hot knife through something. I just don't know what.
Margarine?
Probably. Regardless of any of that, though, it is still now going to be a tie game. And again, I can't wrap my head around this. If it is going to be a Golden Eagle win, we might be crowning our champion pretty early on.
We're on schedule.
Oh, wait a second. Let's see exactly what ball is just in the ball, but no, Will Butter isn't quite able to finish it off.
Inches away, not inches, pixels from being into the goal. They're able to get it out of there. and now maybe just try and push up back to the field. I don't.
Gorf did what they could, but now we're going to see the Ocean Spartans have their own day in the sun. Sony doing what they can to move things through, try to find the angle. However, it is going to be the Golden Eagles. Will Butter finding the way to come back in. Not Leather doing what they can. Look at all the action happening at the top of the map right now. But here it's going to be famous AJ trying to bank off the side.
Well, I guess considering that they are the Eagles, I feel like their domain is really in the sky. You always see them coming in from way up top. Will Butters, well, it's going to, right as soon as I say it, he's going to do his thing and dribble through the air. But not quite able to come in at the right angle to actually score. Oh, Seneca's goal is...
I got to say, right now, the Ocean Spartans are trying to set something up. It seems like every time, oh, that would have been dangerous for Will Butter. But every time they try to go through, a defense comes through. Will Butter knocks it off the top. That is a great bit of defense there. Saves this game at a tie.
Bouncing it right up into the top post and barely out of there. Saves it at the very last second. That was impressive, honestly.
Halfway through potentially the final game here, the Ocean Spartans need to find a way to stay in this game, take things to a game 4. They are certainly doing that. Not Leather's finding a lot of incredible shots on goal. So is Scallops here at the end of the day. They aren't just quite finding anything at the end, though.
It's definitely anyone's game right here. Like we've been saying all match, these two teams are incredibly even, despite what the
not Leather, very close.
What?
They try to find the angle. They did hit the ball. J-Scops tries to go down, but goes a little bit too high, or at least the ball was a little bit too high for them to be able to knock it down. It seems like Sony is going to be able to move things in, get something going, try to dribble the ball up themselves. Will Butters uses their vertical advantage just to try to see if they're able to knock it away and free up the ball. J.S. Scobb's able to get it from Gorf, and it seems like Will Butters is able to knock it out of the goal at the very last second. Again, we've seen so many shots on goal from Spartans. However, Will Butters and AJ are doing such a fantastic job knocking out of the way while Gorf is looking for these setups.
Man, they really Gorfed it right there, though, as Senecas are scrambling to try and get out of this bind. I would have been able to keep a straight face.
Yeah, Will Butters able to find the angle, but Scallops is able to knock it out of the way at the end of the day. Again, a minute left. We're going to have to see if the Ocean Spartans are going to be able to take us out of the tie game. Not Leather is trying to do so. Will Butters, though, is in a prime position to block, and will as well. So Sony looking to see where they can find the angle. Not Leather trying to get lined up, but instead it's going to be interrupted by Will Butters, who's knocking it into the air. J.S. Scallops does some kind. Sony's looking for the slam. They are going to miss it, but the ball still goes a little bit deeper. Not Leather doing what they can.
Will is really able to switch between a good offense and a good defense at
on a dime.
Drop the defend or offend.
Yeah, I gotta say, sorry, I'm just looking at this, and every single time we are in front of the Ocean goal, every time that Ocean is trying to get a shot on goal, it's coming so incredibly close, but they are just going a little bit wide. Like right there. Will Butters with the block.
Like I just said, Will Butters was just coming off of an offensive push, and he's able to just come screaming back in to save that throw there. That I don't know if they could.
There's 10 seconds left. J.S. Scallops doing what they can. There's only 7 seconds left. Unless we can see a turnaround here, unless the Golden Eagles can find a score in the last 7 seconds, we are going to be going to a game 3. We're going to have a series on our hands.
Right off the backboard, J.S. Scallops is able to get that final point in, and the Eagles have really got to work for this one now.
Gorf finds the angle, actually gets a clean shot here, but Not Leather is there to block. It goes onto the ground. It's going to be in the air for a moment. There's Butter. They are very good here. It seems like they might be able to get it. No! So Sony knocks the ball into the ground, taking us to game number 4. Are we going to see a reverse sweep, or is this a hiccup on the road for the Golden Eagles?
I guess we shall see. That was an incredible round right there. Ocean winning 2-1, barely in the last 7 seconds of the game. They were able to bring it around and not go down just yet.
Yeah,
they are still standing.
Yeah, and I will say, again, it is still match point here, still favoring the Golden Eagles. We're going to see exactly which way it goes now that we are here in Game 4.
Yeah, the Ocean Spartans definitely have the work cut out for them here. They have got to work for this title if they want to make a comeback as they push up through midfield. And I don't even know. Weird Rocket League things are happening.
Yeah, but hey, weird Rocket League things happen because weird Rocket League things want to happen.
Sure.
Gorf trying to find that clean angle, but unfortunately, Famous AJ isn't quite able to set it up for them. And you just have so many players from the side of the Ocean Spartans setting up a defense here. They want to try to make sure that they keep this game low scoring. They want to try to make sure they will take it to game 5. JS Scallops opens us out with a bang.
Wow. He's shooting right up towards midfield and is able to get just the right angle to just like go like trade paint between the ball and the top of I think it was Gorf's hood.
I mean, hey, there you go. And again, these jump balls are going really nice. Ooh, look at that play actually came through here. Not Leather able to knock it out of the way, but immediate demoing Gorf for their troubles here right there.
It's over in this corner pocket of Ocean. This is definitely not a position they want to be in. Seneca's has always proven to be really good in this position here. Kind of making those really low angle, like kind of unexpected shots.
Well, like we were talking about, we're saying the Golden Eagles, they just have all of these angles at their approach. They are flying around the map like eagles, as we were kind of talking about here. Will Butter has the air. We see, oh my goodness, so close off the side. And that's a great defense that just came through at the last second from the Spartans.
From across the entire field, hitting the corner. It's now right over on Seneca's side. I don't know how the Spartans turned that around, but already Will Butter's right? Or is that?
Yeah, Will Butter, yeah.
Takes another shot on the goal, and it's already going right back over to the Seneca goal. It is just back and forth, spanning this entire field.
Yeah, I gotta say, so far, this is incredible to watch so far. The Ocean Spartans, again, they don't need to win by a lot. They just need to win by 1, and then they get to Game 5. That's exactly what they want to do right now. And let me tell you, their defensive play has been impeccable thus far.
Yeah, the Seneca Eagles there demoed Scallops, but they weren't quite able to capitalize on it. And now the Spartans have already pushed into Seneca's territory. Will Butter's trying desperately to just try and find some kind of opening to get out of this position.
Whoa! They're not just trying to survive, they're trying to thrive right there. Look at the ball right here. This was incredible from Not Leather. Able to find a way between Will Butter as well as Famous AJ gets that second goal. They want to really build out a lead, not just win by 1.
Just a second too late there. Hate to see it. Now 2-0 and already the goal. Almost that.
Something has come alive for the Ocean Spartans at this point. They have had 2 aggressive plays back to back. They are already in the lead. They want to make sure there is no time for the Golden Eagles to even collect their thoughts. They just want to attack, attack, attack.
Yeah, they're definitely not making it easy.
They're not trying to make them easel either, to be fair.
Not trying to make it easy for the Eagles to just sweep them like this. They're
look at that,
here.
Scallops, but no, it's blocked by Will Butter at the very last moment.
Really putting the pressure on the Spartans there. Just not letting them actually, putting the pressure on the wait.
We're good. Either which way, well, you try to think through that at the end of the day. We can see that Not Leather is able to KO 2 in a row, so it's actually going to be a 3 versus 1 advantage right now. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to take advantage of that, but no, the 3 seconds pass, and we already see our players back onto the pitch.
It's kind of a Gug moment for me.
Hey, it happens. Don't worry about it. JS Scallops is doing everything they can to try to set up Not Leather, go for that goal, but instead it's going to be Will Butter once again, as we said, that defensive-offensive switch player that we see, turning on the defense for just a moment to block the goal, and then while Gorf, meanwhile, tries to set up the ball to get away from the goal as quickly as possible.
I don't know what, changed in the Spartans here, but they are just seriously not letting up on the Eagles. They're rotating in and out beautifully with this offensive, just keeping that ball in play. The Eagles are able to break through, though, but... Oh,
set up a little low.
Play, too.
The important thing to remember is that these games are marathons, not sprints at the end of the day. Yes, they're done in 5-second segments. 5-minute segments, but you still have a lot of very fast games of Rocket League. You have a lot of Rocket League to play at the end of the day, and sometimes it might take a little bit longer to get the download. Sometimes you might have a rough game here or there, and you might just need some time to find your rhythm. But it seems like at this point, the Ocean Spartans have certainly found it here, and they want to take this all the way to a Game 5.
Definitely. They really don't want to go down without a fight here. There's only 30 seconds left, and it's still 2-0. The Eagles just cannot catch a break. They cannot find that moment that they need here. as they're.
Oh!
My.
Whoa. Again, they're not trying. They want to win with style here at this stage. They want to make sure they can send a statement. They want to get inside the Golden Eagles' head. They want to say, hey, we're coming for you. We want this reverse sweep. We're taking this title for ourselves.
A bit off topic, but I'm pretty sure all of the goal score songs for Ocean is all Life is a Highway.
Well, yeah, they want to ride it all night long.
Brand recognition.
Yeah. Regardless of any of that, though, with 10 seconds left here, we're going to have to see if there can be any kind of mental reset coming here for the Golden Eagles. Score one more goal before the buzzer just to keep things going. But instead, no. Look, it's going to be in front of their goal. They're going to have to try to just dribble it away from now. Not rather trying to see what they can do here to keep the ball alive. But no, there we go. Everybody, we're going to game 5.
Down on the ground, and Ocean is now 2. It's now 2-2. It is game points. Whoever wins this next round is our high school Rocket League 3v3 champion. And I don't even know which way it's going to go. I don't know if Ocean is going to completely reverse sweep, if Seneca's just going to come back like out of the woodwork and take back their title. I really don't know.
Yeah, I gotta say, this is just absolutely insane so far. It's not every day you wake up and get to cast a reverse sweep at the end of the day. And that's what we are on the verge of at this time. This is absolutely incredible to see.
Yeah, crowd, make some noise. Come on.
I was going to say, if we're out here in the Twitch chat, cheer for your favorite team right now. This is going to be the last chance we're going to have before we crown our champion.
All right, already over on the Seneca side. They're pushing right up that side of the goal really quickly. But the Ocean Spartans are not letting it happen. They are keeping it in play for them.
Yeah, this is going to be incredibly close. Again, we're going to start with some Will Butter defense here, flexing to some Gorf offense. So we're going to see exactly which way this will go, which team is going to be able to score that first goal, set the tempo, and set the momentum of this final game.
The Ocean Spartans are definitely not going to let themselves get Gorf that easily, though.
No, it's going to be a tricky kind of thing. But look at Gorf going up the field. Sony only here to block a little bit. But it seems like it's going to now go back onto the other side of the pitch. Not Leather had some incredible plays in that previous game. They're going to need to see if they can get one more goal here. Goes a little bit too high at the end of the day, though, so Gorf is going to be able to keep things going a little bit longer.
Dangerous position for Seneca to be in there. They're just looking for any way to get this ball out of their goal, away from everything. And they're just not having it easy now. The Ocean Spartans are just constantly attacking them. And they have to just really put up for defense, like inches away from the goal there.
Again, never a dull moment with 5-minute timers in Rocket League. Like, every second counts, especially when we're in the grand finals here. Again, Not Leather trying to see if they can find an angle in here, but Will Butter is able to find a good angle away.
It's already back over onto the Ocean side, and they're keeping it right in midfield. It's going up, though, and Seneca's trying to set something up. It's heading towards Ocean's goal. Will set something up. Oh, first goal, it goes to Seneca.
Look at this off to the side here. Sony does what they can to try to block. I think it's AJ is able to get up Gorf. Look at that in the top corner.
Right, just right into that top pocket. Like, I don't even...
Gorf finds it up so cleanly here. We do get the reset from the jump ball, so that should help us out a fair little bit here. Heck, Gorf just actually goes in for another kill, but isn't quite able to land it because Not Leather was in the perfect position to block.
Ooh, Seneca with another shot on the goal. Not quite able to make it, though. A bit too high. Ocean's already pushing back up the side of the field. Demo's one of them.
Will Butter
leaving it a bit more open. Passing. Oh, Gorf. And Seneca's pushing. Nope. Oh my God, he's just back
the Seneca Eagles are playing so much defense right now. They're trying to make sure they can defend the title they didn't expect to defend. They were hoping they can close this out in 3. All of a sudden, we have the Ocean Spartans come back with a vengeance, taking us for the potential reverse sweep. They're doing everything they can to try to keep the score down, trying to make sure they can play defense and protect this 1 point.
This is absolutely anyone's game. If you looked in a dictionary and looked up anyone's game, you would get a video of this match in a book somehow.
That's impressive.
I don't know how, but really, it's just going back and forth. Each side is just switching between amazing defense and incredible offense. It is impressive that, like, anyone can do anything at all.
Yeah, it's a tricky kind of thing to see which direction they can go in, though. Again, we've seen some pretty good offense and defense potential from Gorf and Will Butter. Heck, Famous AJ's had some fantastic shots, too. As a result of that, this entirely flex team is able to be wherever they need to be and know how to play around whatever angle they need. Not Leather finds a good angle, but can't quite close it out because Gorf is immediately in the way.
It's very important in Rocket League to have a good rotation going so that you always have someone ready to defend the goal, but also being able to team up and pass between each other to get a goal yourselves. And both these teams are doing that beautifully, not letting even one thing slip through each other.
They know at the end of the day, one of them is going to be crowned the champion. One of them is going to walk away with the belt, as we like to say. And so with that, they need to do everything in their power, everything in their ability to keep things going that little bit longer.
The pressure of going for the belt has definitely lit a fire under both of these teams. And they're now just with an incredible performance on both sides. It's going to... What just happened?
Look over the replay. We see AJ coming through here. They try to block it up. It goes across the pitch. It's an own goal.
It bounces off of the corner of the field and just rockets across the entire pitch over into their own goal.
The
It's
game
now 1-1.
Again, this is going to be tied up completely here. We're not quite sure which way it's going to go. Heck, there's 50 seconds left. Anything can happen here, as we just saw lots of crazy stuff happening.
I think John Rocket League just blessed this game to allow us to commentate for a really good match. I don't want to say anything.
Yeah,
I think you know what I want to happen.
I know what you want to happen.
I'm not
want
gonna
to
say
happen
it.
too. We'll think about it and we'll see what goes through as we go through. Sony trying to get it out here. Will Butter is trying to move in, but not Leather is going to be able to blow up and demo Gorf before Will Butter has anyone to pass it to. JS Scalps trying to get it out of the way. And how are they going to get immediately demoed by AJ?
Not crippling their defenses at all. You've left not Leather and Scallops to defend here. They're able to just keep up the defense. Prove me wrong. Will Butter once again slipping right in between the cracks there. Just over in the last 10 seconds.
In 10 seconds, we need
gotta
to see
happen.
the Ocean Spartans score a goal, or it is going to be the Seneca Golden Eagles walking away with the state title.
They've got it in the air. They're in possession. Scallops is... It's still in play, though. We're in the last second here.
It was dicey for a moment. It wasn't close. We saw an amazing turnaround from the Ocean Spartans to try to take it to Game 5. But at the end of the day, the Seneca Golden Eagles is going to be your state champions.
Not letting that title slip away from them. They finally end this game out. 3-2.
That is absolutely incredible. I cannot think of a better game of Rocket League to cast. I mean, you said that was an amazing game. That was an amazing game. Like
An awesome
textbook
game.
Rocket League.
Yes, that was a textbook good game.
Yeah.
Wow.
My goodness, that is just insane. And I think I'm going to turn this microphone over so we can give away a belt.
Yeah.
You're going to need this microphone over here, I believe, if you want to do anything like that, though.
You want two?
You want two? You can use two microphones at once if you want.
Do it. Do two.
Come on. Oh, wait, no, he has his own special.
Give it up for your Rocket League state champions, Seneca High School. Two-time.
Why me? Why me?
I don't even know what I'm gonna say. Whatever.
I can. It's just I'm in the back, and also I didn't play.
Here, yeah, you can go, Frank. You can go, Frank. Charge.
All right, so I'm here with the Rocket League state champs from Seneca. So congratulations, guys. Was there any strategy involved with how you guys got all the way up to here? I heard you guys were undefeated for a little bit.
Yeah, we watched the semifinals and we calmed out the demos, specifically the fakes. They're playing backwards dealing a lot. We pregame we talked a lot about watching what they were doing and really cleared comms and made sure to pay attention to that while they were playing.
Right, that all seems really valuable for this type of thing. So again, congratulations. It seems like it really did work out for you guys. So you guys did completely amazing. So great job on that. Yeah, of course. So in general, how has your experience with GSC been throughout this whole series?
GSE's been awesome for us every time we reach out for something to organize a game, organize a scrimmage, work out with ordering parts, different things we needed. There's been nothing but support from GSE, so it's really made an impact for these kids and having an opportunity to engage in competition after school and a place to go that they get to show their greatness.
Nice. All right, so this one's primarily more for the kids. So what does esports mean to you guys throughout all of this? What does it mean?
Esports is, I don't know, I like it. To me, I don't know, I get done my classes, I go to esports after school, I chill with the boys for a little bit. That's about it,
All right, anyone else want to answer, or? No? All right, it's okay. And this has been the Rocket League champion, Seneca, so congratulations to them. Good job, guys.
Lost in sound.
like this. Pull up the sugar, she virgin, I took it. She said we should hook up the boyfriend and booger. Don't know me, they look her. I be in the clouds. Pull full of Henny, I drink and I drown. Daytime better come correct. Ain't playing at your best, then you will get left. If it don't involve money, then I don't accept. If it don't involve money, then I don't accept. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity.
level here, because these are players that I'm playing for a little bit less time, but they also have a lot of experience here. They know what they're doing, and you also get to see some interesting stories as well. For example, the Matawan squad that we have on my left, your right, if you're looking out at the audience side, they have a phenomenal bit of experience in history in these leagues, but they're also running an entirely new team after graduations come through as the mood lighting sets in. What are you thinking about the other side opposite of me?
Well, on the other side, like you said before, we have the Orange Ave Cougars. This is their third time on the main stage, and they really are just going for this title. They want it. They want it finally.
Yeah, and I got to say, as we were talking to them beforehand, they are a team that's made it. They already hit a goal immediately. What is going on?
Okay, we're in already. The Matawan Huskies are green.
Lightning McQueen did it. He scored the goal.
Lightning McQueen!
Hey, I gotta say, that was an immediate play for Matawan there. Impressive stuff to see from that aggro. I also even get to see the photo of a boom.
Oh yeah, it was like I was trying to say before I called orange green. Matawan is orange. Listen. And
one of these days, Orange Avenue is going to play Rocket League, and their color is actually going to be orange. I do not know when that day will come. It is just not today.
Who knows? Whatever.
I'm just fighting with my heart a little bit here, because it's going to be so nice. Look at all these close shots coming in here on this goal. Orange Avenue doing what they can, but look at all these defenses that are coming in here from Matawan.
Whoa, hang on. Okay, coming back in to keep that ball in play. The Cougars are really sticking close to the Huskies' goal there. Huskies did finally break out, get demoed for it, and now the Cougars already.
Oh wait, that's open. Oh! Kyle the Goat finds an angle. There wasn't enough time for a defense there. Look at that clean shot from across the field.
Wow, right all the way over. I was just going to say that he's only pushing up, but he sends it.
Yeah, Yay did what they could. They tried to move in, but at the last second, they just couldn't get there in time.
Man.
This is pretty exciting to see so far. Kyle the Goat tries to see if they can get another early goal, but it's actually going to be Pro. No, he comes so close, but can't quite make it in at the end of the day.
Now they're pushing right up towards the Cougars' goal, trying to bring it back. And what? They're already on midfield now. Okay, hang on. Whoa.
You're trying to gauge your senses here a little bit.
A little bit.
Well, I gotta say, there's a lot of things going on right here. Where you look at this right now, Matawan is doing what they can to try to see if they can get a good lineup onto the Orange Avenue Cougars goal. But right now, the Cougars are just flanking a great defense. AA tries to find a gap in the armor, but can't quite land the shot. It's now going to be going over to Generous Lark.
All right. Over, almost towards their goal, just barely out of there, not quite at the right angle. They're now setting up for a second goal here. Nope, intercepted. Now, now the Huskies are able to push up. Never mind. They also get intercepted too. Man, the Cougars are really just keeping that defense up.
Yeah, this is actually what I really like to see for these games too, because again, it's low scoring but high action, right? We're seeing all of these teams try to see if they can find these ins, find these outs, and just generally play good Rocket League.
This is definitely some very good Rocket League we're seeing right here. We're just really seeing a lot of back and forth, back and forth. Both teams are doing a beautiful job at defending, but also easily and smoothly transitioning into offense, like you saw right there.
Ooh, off to the side, but there is no follow-up. Ampro isn't quite able to land up there in time, so instead the ball is just going to immediately go back into neutral, and then aggressive territory favoring our... You okay? No, never mind. We are still good here. Either which way. Matawan seeing what they can try to do here. However, it is instead going to be the Cougars doing everything they can to keep things on the opposite side.
It's definitely hard to gauge what exactly they're going for. I'm not sure quite what their strategy is, but whatever they're doing, it seems to be working almost. The Cougars aren't quite able to break through the defense yet of the Huskies, but they're definitely doing their best.
Yeah, I gotta say though, again, we've seen a lot of time right now where Terrace Lark of the Huskies finds a good angle, but instead it goes wide the exact opposite direction that was expected.
Lightning McQueen!
Wow. Okay, all in all, though, this is pretty impressive overall. I'm going to sneak in as many of those as I possibly can for the record, so you better buckle up, because I'm going to make as many Owen Wilson noises as I possibly can. Regardless of any of that, though, let's see, have Lando getting a clean in here, trying to see if he can find it in onto the Husky goal. However, it is going to be Yeye looking for that way out of it.
Man, the Cougars just cannot break through the Huskies' defense there. But even though the Huskies are not able to get it off their side of the goal, because the Cougars keep going with their offense, so they can't break through, and neither can the Cougars. So it was kind of deadlocked there for a second.
Yeah, it looks like, for a second, it looks like General Stark was actually demoed right there, so that will give him a little bit of a small advantage there.
He got
crowd. Finds an angle, but General Stark is able to completely block it here, so it looks like that is going to be a very close game here. They're still looking to see if they can find that goal, break that tie, keep things going here. The goal is not going to be defended, though, so that means it's going to be very tricky to actually land it at the end. Oh, wait, that was a very clean angle. Lando is able to move up to the side at the very last second. Mams Esports 11, also known, I believe, as Leroy, did their best to try to actually lock that out there. It seems like if that ball hits the ground, we are now in overtime in Game 1, a repeat of what we saw at the high school level.
Game 1 overtime, once again, already immediately over onto the Cougar side. And just missed that setup there, though.
And I gotta say, the Huskies are not unfamiliar with the overtime mechanic. The last game that they played in the semis, oh boy, it's gonna be so close. It had a lot of moments like this, though.
Air still, though. No, wait, no. Hang on. Who is that? They keep, yeah, keeps it in play, though. The Huskies are just keeping it in play, though, after that incredibly close, almost goal there. So it looks like the Cougars were finally able to break out, and now it's their turn to put on this huge offensive.
Yeah, Cougars are already in a very offensive territory right now. They're trying to see how they can move up the ball. Unfortunately for them, though, they don't have the momentum to really begin something. Although, look at this, actually, Pro doing a great job keeping things through. There's Kyle the Goat off the back end, trying to see if they can find the angle. Goes into Dennis Clark, though. There's the setup, but there's no one to follow up from there. Oh, it's going to be so close.
It really is just going back and forth, back and forth. Neither side can break through the other's defense, but sometimes they just get stuck, and the other side can't even get past the offense.
Lando moves it off the side, tries to get a goal off to the other side from downtown, but again, it's still goal. Kyle the Goat finds the end, though.
There it is.
We talked about how the Cougars were looking for their first title. They've been on the stage so many times, and here they've taken the first point in that journey.
Kyle the Goat finally breaking the overtime. It's Kyle the Goat, the granny shifter.
I got to say, that is absolutely insane to see so far. And again, like we were talking about earlier, Kyle the Goat and the rest of the Orange Avenue team been on stage a few times at this point. They're looking for that final win, the final thing that will push them over the edge.
I think now they're definitely fired up and just ready to sink their claws into this belt.
Yeah, I think it still worked. Like Cougars,
Cougars, they have claws.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, sorry, we've been so deep into the aviary with the birds that sometimes I forget what other animals do.
Have you ever? What does a cougar even do?
It's very fast, and I'm pretty sure if left unattended against one, I would lose in a fight.
Oh.
That's a very bold statement. I know that
cougar?
It's a very bold statement to say that I would lose in a fight to a cougar, but I'm pretty sure there's no hope for me, I think, in that situation. But then again, I think
how much prep time do you get?
I get an hour, but the cougar also gets an hour.
Oh, okay, there it is. I feel
Yeah.
like cougars, they might be like the Kevin McAllisters of the.
I can see that, yeah.
Of the animal world. No, that's like chimpanzees.
I think Wile E. Coyote tries to do a couple of Kevin McAllister's thing, but always just blows up in his face.
I mean, that's what happens when you buy
Only
from Act.
Only timely cartoon references coming here on the GSE stage. I can throw in some other things with the Owl House and Kif and a few things like that too, but I'm going to start with the Looney Tunes and work my way up through the years, I think.
Every cartoon reference is going to be like a few years.
Yeah,
future.
I got a tight 10 minutes on Ed, Ed, and Eddie, worst case scenario, but then that's like middle of the pack. Some of the older kids might remember it, some of the younger kids might have no idea what the heck I just said, but regardless of any of that, though, again, we're just going through, to really explain the pause that's going on right now, we're going through a couple of technical difficulties on our end, making sure things are cleaned up as best as possible.
What?
No, it's still just, this is just some technical difficulties. We're still good. We got some time.
It's definitely not that'd be a really funny final.
Yeah, I agree.
Not quite what we're looking for in terms of goals.
I got to say this really quickly because I want to hear a little bit more noise, either in Twitch chat or in our audience right now. Who do you want to see, everyone? Start cheering their names.
Come on!
Hey, there we go.
Cheer! Cheer! Come on! Yeah! That's what I want to see.
Please clap.
I like that guy. Yeah!
Pull that shirt. I wish we could turn our camera around so we could look at you for a second, but nope, it is locked on us, as it deserves to be. What?
The Film Wizards.
Well, yeah, but like we're
Film Wizards.
The Film Wizards?
I don't think we're cutting. I know. It'd be really funny if they cut to like. It'd be really.
Sorry, we're just trying to work out we're working out a few more technical difficulties on the stage. If we do need to take a break, we will let you know, but for now it should be a pretty quick thing, I'm hoping, at this stage.
You never really know.
Yeah, you don't.
It's Garden State Esports.
Yeah. But even then, like I said, it's the last game of the day, last game of the season right now. Remember, we run 3 different seasons every single year, and the games kind of rotate in and out a little bit. So today, if you were watching, you saw Smash Brothers going in our other auditorium over there. Today was also League of Legends at the high school level and a bunch of Rocket League at high school and middle school. Tell me, what are we going to be seeing next season from Garden State Esports?
Next season, we have Street Fighter 6.
Oh.
Omega Strikers. Packong. We're coming for you. Mark my words.
Is this your call-out post?
This is my
Are
rivalry.
you abusing your power on the stage?
I am. And then we have more Rocket League, I think. Or no, No Rocket League next season, I don't think.
I think it's Overwatch is one
yes,
of the titles.
Yes, there is Overwatch. Overwatch next season. And I don't think there's any Rocket League or Smash.
We'll have
Remember
to
last
see,
year
but
we had like Rocket League all
at the
3
very
seasons.
least, Overwatch, Street Fighter 6, and a little bit, maybe not more Rocket League, but we're saying at least Omega Strikers
Yes.
at the end of the day. So still plenty of stuff to enjoy. I believe, not sure, that we have all of our technical issues resolved. We're just going to be remaking the lobby. As a result, you might see some weirdness coming on here where the point that we saw earlier for the Cougars was not counted. That will still be counted in our records. Oh, wait, no. Can we do that now? Can we set that up?
No, I thought they were going to change the colors.
Oh, I feel like, well, I want to see the Orange Avenue Cougars as orange.
No.
But now they started as blue. I feel like they have to stay blue.
Yeah,
if they can make it to the finals again before the end of the year, we'll make sure we get another one in there. We'll try to get an Orange Avenue eventually.
Just for continuity's sake. We're
Yeah,
keeping it
exactly.
Or as orange as blue. Just not just because we forgot. You know, it's a continuity. You know.
So remember, everyone, we are going to see the scores here reset to 0-0. The 1 for Orange Avenue still does count in the setting, so do be mindful of that, as we will do our best to be mindful of it too at the end of the day. With that, though, after an extended break, we got our second game of Rocket League to play. It's time for the second game of our middle school finals.
All right.
And immediately diving right back into the action after our technical pause.
Okay. So remember, right, I forgot. It trips me up every time.
Yeah, I know. And it's important to note, though, for those on Twitch who don't know what's going on, there's a weird roboting glitch where in the audience here, it sounds a little bit weird. We think it's with the speakers. You guys hear us fine, though, so you don't hear any beep boops, nor do you hear any other weird sounds coming out of our mouths other than our words.
It kind of sounds like a tin can.
A little bit.
Almost. Oh, hey, we're back. Yay!
Okay, good.
So,
sorry about that, everyone.
If for the record, it's Madawan currently it has 1 score, right? Or no,
it's the Cougars that have
sorry.
one, yes.
It's Orange Avenue is 1 to Madawan 0. So Cougars still need to win 2 more rounds in order to actually take this. So it's really still anyone's game.
Yeah, this is a best of 5. It is going to be a little bit deceptive because, again, if you're looking at the blue side, they only need to score 2 pips on that scoreboard, while meanwhile all 3 need to be highlighted over for for Madawan in order to make sure they're able to contest it properly. So bear with us, we have to deal with these technical issues somehow.
We've all.
Oh, wait! Look at that from Generous Spark off to the side. Ka-chow!
He ka-chowed it!
Look at that. Off to the side, gets that clean boost up. Nothing that Lando could do in order to respond to that at all. But it's still very early on in the game.
Man, my favorite part of the Garden City Esports Middle School 3v3 finals was when Lightning McQueen said Kerchow and totally Kerchowed all over the.
I mean, I gotta say, like, I didn't have Lightning McQueen on my bingo card today of what I'd be casting, but you know what?
This is Cars 6.
This is Cars 6.
Wait, are we on?
No, that's on Cars 4 right now.
I thought it was on
This
Cars
is the
5.
one where
This is
Lightning
Cars
McQueen
5.
finds all the rockets and Mater does something silly. That's most of the Cars movie. I think I'm safe to say that Disney, please do not sue me. I'm pretty sure I saw the script. Regardless of any of that, though, at this stage, Namzi Sports 7 Leroy are Lightning McQueen doing what they can in order to get things going before being demoed by Kyle the Goat.
Ow. They're already. Oh, sorry. My word. Madawan is pushing right up into Cougar territory here. Actually, they get outright deflected out of there immediately.
Yeah, Kyle the Ghost doing what they can, but General Clark is just playing a wall really quickly. They're not moving. They're just making sure they can respond in any angle that they need to, and that means Yeye can come in with the setup.
I thought something had went wrong or something, but no, they were just playing like Rocket. They're just doing Rocket League stuff.
It's that secret move where you just stop and your opponent goes, what are they doing? And then you just immediately hit them with the surprise.
Yeah. I've seen that before in Smash where the player will just stop and the other player's trying to do complex stuff, just doesn't even expect it. And so they don't know what to do anymore.
Did he just walk up slowly and shoot an own goal? Like, you know, it's like all these little things that kind of go here. Yeye doing what they can to try to take control, but Amprom, no, actually is not able to steal it away.
Already back over onto Madawan's side. It's really messing me up that orange app is not orange, but like whatever. I'm gonna keep
We'll get there.
I'm gonna keep complaining about it.
I promise at some point, be it a year, be it at the end of this academic year, we will see Orange Avenue in orange at some point.
Don't make promises we can't keep.
I will see to it. The next time there is Rocket League happening, I will go down to the production booth and force it to happen as best I can. Regardless of any of that, it looks like Mavs Sport 11, again, that's Leroy, is doing what they can to try to fake the ball for Yeye, but instead, wait, no! Generous Lark is able to find that angle, get the second point.
He could shout it again! Generous Lark coming right off of the Cougars and just going right between them, scoring a goal. Now 2-0. Man, the Cougars definitely have the work cut out for them, I keep saying.
Yeah, I gotta say, this is just incredible to see so far. And I honestly want to know what exactly is going through the heads of the Cougars right now. Because again, they had an incredibly dominant game one. They had a little bit of extended pause they had to reset through. And so as a result, they now need to try to find their way back into it. And it seems like that would have been a great way, but Kyle the Goat goes a little bit too high.
It's a bit too high and $1 short. Not quite able to make that goal work. But,
They have a good setup, though. It seems like they might be able to go way down the field. If it wasn't for Yeye with a clean block, Kyle is able to go through again here at the end of the day. But again, this seems like a complete momentum turnaround here where Madawan is just keeping it on the defensive side of the board the entire time.
The Cougars here have already broken through over to Madawan's side. Takes a shot. Just a bit too high, a bit too much force there. Lando. Lando is trying to keep it in play, but gets shot over. Ampro does keep it on their side, though, sending it over to Kyle.
Yeah, they're making so many shots from halfway across the pitch, but Kyle to go might be able to get that. Yeye, no! Blocks that last second.
Right at that last second, Yeye was able to get that out of there and send it right over to Orange Av's side. They're not able to capitalize on that. It's going back over to Madawan's side, but there's only 5 seconds remaining, and
even if they get a goal, at this point, if they get a goal, it's only going to be a moral victory. But Madawan is able to tie it up.
It is now. Oh man, crowd's lively now. It's now 1-1. Oh.
We'll figure that out on our send of things just a little bit later, but yes, it is currently 1-1. This is incredible to see. I want to know what's happening now.
I couldn't tell you. I think
You couldn't?
No.
Isn't that your job?
Hush.
Hush. Okay. That's fine.
It's
by me.
anyone's game. I am not psychic, and if I try to be psychic, things go wrong, and they end terribly for whoever I'm trying to psychic.
If either of us were psychic, I don't think either of us would be here. We would be in the lottery somewhere.
Yeah, exactly.
Regardless of any of that, though, despite what the game said, we are now in Game 3. It is a tie game right here, and we did just see a demo immediately off the bat. So, again, this is going to be a very aggressive start from this game.
Revenge.
Indeed.
It was definitely out of spite. Already on the Cougar side, Madawan is seriously launching offensive, though Cougars are putting up a really good defense, getting it right out of there, pushing up the side of back up the side of the field. They're now going in for their own offensive.
Oh, Jenner Stark finds a good angle, but it's immediately intercepted by Kyle. That is incredible to see. Lando doing what they can to bring it up the pitch. Look at how fast that ball is going. Yeye is able to intercept at the very last second. Meanwhile, here we almost saw a really nice interception to keep the lane going, but Lando is instead going to be the one to pull it up at the end of the day. Kyle Dragon tries to go for it. Lando also goes wide. Mams has an open goal, but no, it's blocked at the very last second. Yeye trying to move in it well. Lando moves through, but Jenner Stark finds the angle.
First goal of this match, or of this round, whatever, goes to Lightning McQueen. He's able to slip right under the Cougars as they're in like the middle of a defense.
I gotta say, this is almost a Disney double feature too, because not only are they using the Lightning McQueen skin, we also see Jack Skellington appear whenever he scores the goal. So I got a lot of stuff going on here right now.
Any Nightmare Before Christmas fans out there?
I was gonna say this is some kind of weird Kingdom Hearts universe that I've never seen before in my life.
Oh, Kingdom Hearts boars insane.
Yeah, regardless of any of that's happening right now, we are gonna stick hopefully to at least the world of cars for now. And here, we're going to see, oh, that was a nice angle, but Yeye is able to intercept it at the very last moment here. At this point, again, Madawan just needs to keep the ball away, just needs to try to stall.
Whoa.
But instead, they want to go for the saddle points.
Wow, Kyle comes in out of nowhere to get that ball out. Almost shooting it into the goal. It hits the corner. They're able to defend it. Kyle keeps it in play. They're set up now. Just not able to capitalize on it. Oh, my word. 100-mile-an-hour plays here. Like,
this is insane.
This is intense.
Yeah, like I said, everywhere I kind of look, we see these very close shots that are coming in here. Unfortunately, the Cougars, though, they just need them to be a little bit closer or actually land the goal.
Every single time something happens, you see another player just come flying off screen like Lando, keeping that in play. It's now right in front of the goal. Oh, blocked. Ambulance keeping it in play. Get it out of there.
Incredible.
Now the Cougars, it's on them to defend it as they try to break back through the offensive. Oh my gosh.
This is insane. Jenner Stark is trying to find another in right now. Lando is there to block. Kyle the Dragon's the one that actually manages to go for it, though. This is going to be incredibly close here, ladies and gentlemen. We have 2 minutes left here on the clock. Plenty of time in Rocket League terms. However, at this stage, it's going to be now time. Yeah, Rocket League minutes are real. From here, though, we now need to see the angle. We need to see if the Cougars are able to steal this ball, tie up this game, bring the series back into a match point. But for now, it is still going to be firm control of the Huskies.
Yeah, definitely highly in their favor here. As though it is on their side right now, they're able to get it right on out of there, back over to the Cougars' corner. They are able to bob and weave right between them. Kyle's running down the field. He pops it up over to Ampro. He gets intercepted. What? Some serious teamwork going on right here.
Yeah, Jenner Stark now has the ball, trying to dribble out the field, but it's intercepted by Kyle the Goat immediately here. Unfortunately, there's no follow-up, though. Yeye is able to intercept immediately, and we can't even see Ampro. Oh, he does actually find a really clean shot, but honestly, at this point, this is going back to the volleyball that we were talking about earlier, just passing it back and
exactly. Forth. It's back and forth, back and forth. These two teams are so incredibly matched. It's 1-1, 1-0. And these two just keep passing it back and forth. The only time anything...
Ampro came so close, but couldn't quite hit it at the end of the day. Kyle the Goat now trying to turn around, seeing what they can do, but Jenner Stark is able to knock it out of the way. Plays an incredible defense here. We see Ampro attempt to get set up, but no, it goes too wide. Now Lando has to try to play keep away.
They're all circling for trying to look for some kind of weakness, some kind of crack in the armor to just sneak right through. That's the only way you're actually going to be able to get a score here.
Clark found a really good angle, but Lando's able to deny at the very last second here. However, now Joey the MAM Esports 11 is able to find their own angle here. Leroy, thank you, is able to find a way in as well, but no, it keeps getting knocked away. There are 15 seconds left here.
Sending right back over to the Cougars side. It's in their court now. They're going to have to do something in order to keep it in their favor. Crowd's counting down. They're heading over.
The ball's in the air. It's not over yet. Generous Stark goes for one more goal. Take it down. Down.
Generous Lark cementing this round win. 2-0 now. Mean that the rounds are now 2-1. Oh my word.
Yes. Madawan were able to take game 1. Game 2 and 3 are Madawan's way, so we are in the match point, just not the match point that I think the Cougars were hoping for.
No, definitely not. Cougars came in hard and fast in that first round, but Madawan just learned them, I guess. I don't know. They completely turned it around, and now they're on match point themselves.
The crowd certainly seems to have a favorite at this stage, but there's still plenty of Rocket League to play left here. Again, if you have a favorite in the Twitch chat, be sure to spam it as much as you want. You can do anything you want in Twitch chat. Actually, you can't. There are moderators that prevent specifically that from happening, but you can spam whatever you want for now.
Mine's ban that guy.
Regardless of that, though, we are now in potentially our match point game.
Well, it is
it is a match point game, but we could be crowning champion. We might not be. We'll have to see exactly which way it goes. But it's Generous Lark starting immediately strong.
Already, Generous Lark scores it immediately at, what is that, 17 seconds in?
Look at those swerves, by the way, too. Completely uncontested. Could have just gone straight. Instead of for style points, trying to bring the ball up the pit.
Oh, well, he also had to stay unpredictable. If he went in a straight line, obviously you know exactly where you got to go to intercept him. But if he keeps bobbing and weaving, zigging and zagging, then you can't. It's harder to predict him.
Indeed it is, and it looks like, we almost see another goal immediately. Generous Lark gets a really nice shot, but can't quite lock it in at the end of the day. Kyle DeGoat trying to move on through, trying to do everything they can in order to see if they can score a goal for themselves, but it's immediately intercepted by Generous Lark.
Wow, it's already over on the Madawan side now. I think the Cougars are out for blood here. I feel it. One of them's coming up right now. Yep. Oh, but Ampro gets intercepted by Yay there. Almost sent it over to the goal.
Generous Lark is exactly where he needs to be in every instance that he needs to be there. It is insane. You need defensive play, you need defensive play. Lark can do it.
All the time. Every day of the week here. He's already keeping it, or trying to keep it in play, though. Ampro is able to break through, and it's over for, for Kyle. He gets blocked. It's still in Madawan's court, though.
Kyle the Goat has played some amazing plays through the semis and even through the finals as well so far. However, it seems like in these past couple of games, whenever they try to go for that goal, there's just always some factor they can't account for. They weren't able to block. Yes, they are. At the very last second, Ampro with the final save credit.
Pixels. I'm talking like 2 pixels in that goal. And they're able to just barely get it out of there. I don't know what the Cougars are like planning, but I can feel it. I can feel something. I can feel something on the way. I don't know.
This is
I got that premonition.
Yeah, I got you. This is pretty exciting so far. Lando trying to go for the play, but Lark is actually able to bump them and completely stop the momentum. Same thing happening here with Leroy coming in, able to block it through. Ampro tries to find an angle. Generous Lark playing dangerous defense here, right up to the side.
Whoa, wait. Generous Lark just jumping backwards to get that ball in the right position for his teammates to take it away and get it away from their goal. Such incredible teamwork there.
Ampro, Kyle the Goat doing everything they can to bring the ball back up the pitch. Try to see what they can do to defend, but Generous Lark is right there waiting. They know they need to play defense right now.
Cougars keeping it out of their side of the field, keeping the pressure on Madawan here. They're able to break through and almost break through it and go over the other side of the goal. The goal is spin open.
That's a really good block. Whoa. Again, we're going to see exactly how it can go. Kyle the Goat doing everything they can to move the ball up the pitch. But again, there's not enough follow-up here as the rest of the team is behind playing defense. They need to try to find a way to get through, a way to start pouring members into that offensive side of play.
Yeah, Cougars looking for any kind of advantage they can take. They're on the prowl, for all those little slip ups, all the little weaknesses. Yeah, that works. Yeah,
that works. And I'll
go with what they're back.
I know. But beyond that too, I do think there's still a slight problem here, right? Because they're not rotating the same way that we've seen these other teams happening before. Like, it is still, don't get me wrong, Kyle DeGoat's doing a fantastic job, but I want to see more rotations because it looks like right now, what's happening is that Madawan is predicting the angles, but not that, whereas Kyle DeGoat is able to tie things back up.
Just about to say, sometimes it is good to go all out, all 3 players in, when you know that you can score a goal and not let it slip past you. You want to be rotating, but sometimes you just need to push full, hard force into their goal.
And this is a very important reset too, right? Both teams have a chance to reset, take momentum into their own hands with that ball coming down at the jump. So as a result of that, we could see anything happen here. But for now, it seems like a familiar story. Madawan is able to take control, while meanwhile a quick tussle comes in from Ampro to wrestle it away.
Wow. Madawan fighting furiously in this corner against the other team, just trying to get not in that angle. It's really dangerously close right there.
Yeye finds a great inside line, but it's going to be immediately blocked by Kyle DeGoat, as meanwhile Jenner Stark is actually going to be demoed for a couple of seconds there.
We're now coming down to the last minute of our game, and it's still 1-1. Someone's got to make a play here. We might be going to overtime.
Yeah, that was a bounce from Kyle DeGoat, but there was no follow-up once again in order to actually land that goal at the end of the day. For here, though, Lando has a good angle, but Lark has a better one to block.
Oh, wow, this really is just neck and neck here. Both teams are fighting for it. Madawan to finally secure
so close
their title, and Orange Ave to not give up, to just keep on going.
Again, this is exactly what the Cougars need. They need to try to get the win. They need to do everything they can to stay in contention, get that first state championship. But for now, look at that goal from Madawan. It came so close. This once comes through. I don't see Lark anywhere. Lando's trying to spin it off. He's able to blow.
1 second left. The ball is not. It's not over yet.
Wait, oh my goodness. He's so close to the goal, but we're in overtime now.
Already over onto Madawan's side. It's in a dangerous position for the Huskies there. Ye is able to get it out of there, though, and send it over to Jenner Stark. Oh, no, he actually slips under it on accident there. Even in play is Kyle. Already back over that corner. This corner is funny.
I know. Like, it seems like every couple of minutes we have like at least 4 or 5 people in this corner just fighting for control.
Always.
But it means if anyone can break out, it's always scary. Ampro is able to demo one of the members of the Huskies, so that means they will have a little bit of a manpower advantage very shortly. But again, they're playing too close to their own goal. It's very dangerous to do. The Cougars need to make some space for themselves, but Jared Stark is going to help them by doing a demo.
Especially if they're going to get picked off like that.
Wait, that was a shot from them!
Leroy scores it!
Oh my goodness! Madawan is going to be your middle school state champions!
What a game!
What a game! They struggled a little bit in game 1. They had some trouble really turning things on. However, just given that little bit more time, they were able to find the rhythm, find their groove. Kyle Lark was insane. Jenner Stark was insane.
I think they got that first score in the second round and just ran with it. Pushing all the way through 3 consecutive wins. What an absolute game.
And again, too, this is, I got to say, I am heartbroken right now for the Cougars. They've come so close so many times. I want to see them make it, but still, making to the finals is an incredible feat in and of itself. And the fact they can do so consistently is why I still think they are one of the best teams in the league, even though the crown today goes to Madawan. We are going to give things 1 second. Our teams to congratulate each other, have good sportsmanship before we hand over the belt. And we are completely cut off, so no one can hear anything that I'm saying.
They can hear us if we project loud enough.
Once again, congratulations to Madawan. Here is for the belt.
Bring you out up front. Bring you guys Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for your middle school Rocket League state champions, the Mattawan Huskies. There you go, hold it up. One. Check, check. That does it for your Garnet State Esports Fall Finals. We hope you had a great time. Thank you all for coming out, and we will see you in the winter at Rowan University for more state championships. Thank you all for coming.
The mic or anything?
I need someone. You think I should?
Yes, you want to be
You want me to answer the question?
Yep, you got the bell. You answered the question.
All right, so I'm here with the middle school Rocket League champions. Congratulations to Mattawan. So first off, is there like any strategies that you guys went into, like thinking of like practicing like for this competition?
To be honest, we all held each other's own. We all worked together and we all trained together, and that's what made us the MAMS family as we are, who we know and love. Right. We all trained, we all worked very hard to get who we are, even though we have Joey, the little psychopath who basically started the entire war between everybody. But he was a very good player, and I was glad to have him and everybody else on my team. And I'm glad to say that I am proud to be a part of the MAMS family.
Oh, that's so cute. And again, congratulations to you guys. You guys well deserved it. Like, you guys did great. But let's talk a little bit about your experience with GSE. Like, how have you guys been liking it with the season? Like, how has it been?
It was good.
All right. Anything specific? Like a specific memory that you guys liked or anything? Like,
No.
Oh, all right. So, Kachiga.
Kachiga!
All right. So I just kind of want to ask, like, what does esports mean to all of you guys, just specifically?
Well, what esports means to me is basically just working together as a family on a game console and versing other families on game consoles. That's what esports really means to me.
That's beautiful. Does anyone else want to answer?
I just like playing video games.
Okay, that's
I
valid. That's so real. All right.
Definitely agree on that.
All right. Okay. Well, again, congratulations, Madawan. You guys really deserve it, and it's been a pleasure with you guys.
Thank you.
All right. And so, on behalf of GSE, I'd like to say thank you so much for tuning in, to the friends and families who even came to the event, and just even tuning in on Twitch. It really, it's really nice, just in general. If you made it this far, just thank you so much. We all appreciate it. And please, we have weekly streams in the future going towards Overwatch, I believe, and maybe other games. I'm not completely sure, but definitely Overwatch. So tune into that. And just in general, thank you so much for being here. And yeah, we'll see you next time. Bye.
Bye.
Time to conquer it.